Thoughts build up until I can't breathe. My mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Hey guys, welcome to True Crime Rocket Science. The trial day is just starting, so I have been quite quick on the draw. Actually, feel very lucky. I've just done a hour-long bike ride. Just had a shower. Just stepped out the shower, and well, some days it works out for you, doesn't it? So there's Alec Baldwin. He's looking pretty good. I presume Hilaria is in court as well, and Ilaria, the 19-month-old toddler. So I guess we're going to have a couple of instances where the judge will say silence in court or whatever. Good to see you guys. I've got an interesting poll today. I actually need to put it up. How many perpetrators do you think there are in this case? That's the question. How many perpetrators do you think there are in this case? 1, 2, 3 perpetrators do you think there are? 4 or 5? What do you guys think? So I'm going to put it in a poll. Let me know what you guys think. I need to type it out. Okay, I think we are back with there's Alec Baldwin. So just do this. Can anyone see Hilaria? Is that her on the right there? Can anyone see a toddler? Anyway, I'm going to put it in the poll. How many people do you think are potential perpetrators here? I don't mean how many have been prosecuted, but how many were potentially liable. This is a test of your knowledge of this case. How many potential perpetrators? And the answer isn't the entire crew. How many potential perpetrators are there in this case? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're going to have to change it to 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you say 3 or 4 or 5, can you name all of them? Okay, so please do vote in the poll. Please do vote in the poll. Steve Baldwin. Oh, yeah, that is Steve Baldwin, right? You know, one of the Baldwins grew up or went to school with Rex Heuermann. I think he acted in Backdraft. Yeah, I think that is her on the right. Anyone know who the lady is directly behind it? Is that Steve Baldwin's partner? I don't know. Yeah, Hilaria is a brunette. Okay, let's have a look at the poll so long. What are you guys saying? What have you guys voted? 40% say 2, so Hannah and Baldwin. 35% say 3. 15% say 4, and 10% say 5. We'll see how those numbers change. Obviously, Baldwin and Hannah Anyone else? Now 43% are saying 3. I know who the third party might be. Could there be anyone else? Yeah, there is a poll. There is a poll. Why is he wearing an earpiece? Yeah, good question. So Alec Baldwin looking quite suave, also looking kind of nerdy. You know, he looks very different to the way he looked on set, where he's got a badass beard and a badass gun and a badass coat and a badass hat, and everything about it is badass. Whereas the Baldwin in court is kind of, I mean, can you imagine the guy in the movie wearing glasses, the lead actor in the movie wearing glasses? Can you imagine that? Yeah, he does. He does look quite professional. Does look quite professional. So, has anyone here read the thing I wrote on Patreon just about the why this case is so legally fascinating? Did any of you guys see that? It's always a fascinating case when you have more than one alleged perpetrator. We had that with Laurie Vallow, Chad Abel, and actually Alex Cox as well. We had that with Michelle Troconis and Fotis Doulos. It definitely adds a layer of legal complexity to the whole case, doesn't it? So I'm just going to, while we're waiting, I'm just going to go through a couple of points. Some of these were sent to me. Some of them come from Mercury News. Some of them come from City and State, New York. How long is the Alec Baldwin trial expected to last? Well, they're saying 9 days to about 2 weeks. So it's a relatively short trial, a heck of a lot shorter than the Karen Reid trial. Where we are, we in the First Judicial District Court of New Mexico. That's about 20 miles northeast of the movie set. So I've actually been there. I actually stayed overnight in Santa Fe. I went to the set the next morning. What's really kind of weird about the set is that I mean, the last piece of road to the set, what's really weird is there are all sorts of signs along the side of the road saying pass. Let me get the exact wording. Something like pass carefully. I'll show you the image that I took. Pass with care. So I actually took this photo when I was there, and on the way to if you look at this photo, if you go that way in that direction from here to there, that's taking you to Santa Fe. If you go in that direction around this corner, and then the road goes down, and then it sort of lifts up again. Well, then the Bonanza Creek Ranch is sort of over here. But you pass about 2 or 3 signs that say "Pass with care," and that is exactly what they needed to do on this set. So if you think about it, you had the crew members every single day driving past these signs, "Pass with care, pass with care." And then at the end of each day, driving past the signs again, "Pass with care," right? And if they just done that, I think a lot could have been avoided. Let me show you another. So this is the sign. You can see it was a kind of a bleak sky day, the day that I took these photos. You can't actually obviously get onto the set, but you can see the road basically goes up and down. The Bonanza Creek Ranch is just over this lip over here. where I took the photo of that sign is just around the corner, and Santa Fe is on this side of the hill. So you can see the road sort of goes up and down and up again over here. And where you saw this sign and the pass with care is sort of around the corner here. And obviously it's pass with care because the road's going up and down and it's curving. Is something about to happen? I think we are about to, the jury's about to come in. While we're waiting, jury selection was yesterday. I knew this earlier, but I think there was a preponderance of female jurors that were chosen. I'm not sure if it was it 11 females or 8 females? No, they were mostly women. And yeah, so today will be opening statements. And I'll be interested to see who does the opening statements for Alec Baldwin, and for that matter, the prosecution. It'll be interesting to see who does that. The whole trial is projected to end next Friday, and then obviously it's down to the jury. We'll see how long the jury will need to think about this case. I think they'll need to think about it longer than the Hannah Gutierrez Reed jury. I think we're about to have audio. So Baldwin's legal team are mostly New York-based attorneys, which means this. They've got Harvard, a lot of them are Harvard law graduates. They're from the firm Quinn Emanuel, Urquhart and Sullivan. One of them is Alex Spiro. He's a 41-year-old defense attorney who's represented Elon Musk, Megan Thee Stallion, and other prominent figures. And he's one of the most
The
in the country.
matter I'm calling is D101CR 2024-13, State of New Mexico versus Alexander Ray Baldwin. All right, jury, what are you doing?
I think that's Hilario over there.
So I have already sworn you in, if you'll recall, yesterday. Okay. And now I'm going to explain some trial procedure. First of all, I want you to know this trial is being filmed, but you are not being filmed, and you will not be filmed at all throughout within the courtroom, okay? All right. So I'm going to, this is a criminal case, as you know. I'm going to reread the grand jury indictment. It's very formal, so we'll go with that. Count 1, involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a firearm, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, State of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, NM 87508. The above named defendant did cause the death of Helena Hutchins in the commission of negligent use of a firearm.
I wonder what he's writing down.
Count 1 in the alternative, involuntary manslaughter, without due caution or circumspection, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, State of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507. The above named defendant did cause the death of Helena Hutchins by an act committed with the total disregard or indifference for the safety of others, and the act was such
But
that an ordinary person would
negligence or
anticipate that
recklessness?
death might occur under the circumstances. Again, Mr. Baldwin is presumed innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What I say now is the introduction of the case and the instructions. All right. Along with those instructions previously given, these are preliminary only and may be changed during or at the end of trial. First of all of you must pay close attention to the evidence. After you've heard all of the evidence in the case, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of the instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding this case. And just so you know, there's going to be no transcript available to you. Juries have asked me that, so I'm telling you up front, okay? Again, the trial is expected to last 8 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. That's the trial. That does not include your deliberation time. The usual hours of trial will be from 8:30 to 5, typically, with a half hour for lunch. No, an hour for lunch, and then a morning break and an afternoon break. Again, please report to the jury lounge no later than 8:30 unless we're instructing you otherwise for different reasons. But in your mind, you can always expect 8:30 to be here, okay? Do not come into the courtroom unless you are accompanied by my bailiff, Steve, okay? You may take water into the courtroom with you, and you can also take coffee or tea or if you have a lid on your cup, okay? We stand up out of respect for you because you are the ultimate decision makers as to the facts in this particular case. So when you come into the courtroom, you can go ahead and be seated, and then we will take our seats. And again, it's important to hear. So please raise your hand at any time you can't hear. Don't be self-conscious about it. Don't wait until a couple of questions have been asked. You've got to, if you can't hear, you've got to shoot that hand up right away, okay? All right, this is a public proceeding, so people may go in and out. You may find yourself looking at who goes in and out, but after a while, you'll get used to it. But if there is anything that is distracting you from being able to listen and be involved in this case, please tell Steve immediately. He'll let me know, and I'll do my best to get rid of the distraction. As you know, the temperature we cannot control. All right, so sorry, we'll try to get the county in here if it plummets too high. I doubt it'll plummet too low. You are allowed but not required to take notes during trial. Steve has given you a pen and a pen? Okay. Please put your name on the front page of your pad and then take notes beginning on the second page. On breaks, follow Steve's instruction on whether to take the pad with you or whether to leave it on your chair. You don't have to worry about confidentiality. They'll be locked up at night, and when the trial is finished, they'll be shredded, okay? Don't let your notes take the place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please do not forget to pay close attention to the trial. Listening and watching witnesses during their testimony will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever else bears on their credibility. Let's go through the order of trial for those that have not engaged in a criminal trial before. A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. These statements and the statements made by the lawyers during the course of the trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented at trial. Is there something distracting you, juror?
No.
I'm talking to the other one. Okay. Statements of the lawyers, however, are not themselves evidence. The evidence will be the testimony of the witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will give you final instructions on the law. The lawyers will argue the case, and then you will retire to the jury room to arrive at a verdict. It is my duty to decide what evidence you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objection against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence I have told you to disregard. By itself, a question is not evidence. You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I rule cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things, the witness's ability and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice that the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony considered in light of all of the evidence of the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witnesses. Questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception rather than the rule that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all of the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your notepaper and give it to Steve before this is important, before the witness leaves the stand, okay? I will decide whether or when your question will be asked. Rules of evidence or other considerations apply to questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration. Do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that you did not get an answer. Conduct of jurors. Again, very important. You must decide the case solely upon the evidence received here in court. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, or in a newspaper or other written publication. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to the case, and in this day and age, you cannot Google or research any of the subject matter of this case. Until you retire to deliberate the case, you must not discuss this case or the evidence with anyone, including each other. Very important, as I said yesterday, when you go in that room, you don't talk about the case. You wait until you are a jury that is deliberating, okay? If an exhibit is admitted in evidence, you should examine it yourself and not talk about it with other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidence in this case, please continue to wear your jurors' badges while in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, report that back immediately to Steve. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or elevators, there's nothing wrong with saying a good morning or a good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, and witnesses do not greet you outside of court or avoid riding in the same elevator with you, they're not being rude. They are just carefully observing. All right, so we're going to begin the case. The case starts with opening statements. The state begins first because they have the burden of proof, and then the defendant. All right, go ahead, counsel.
Yeah, so in the Karen Reed trial, I think the defense went first, didn't they? Which is, for me, quite weird. I'm used to the state going first, so here we go.
Judge, just one quick housekeeping matter while Ms. Johnson's getting set up.
All right.
So what I want you guys to be aware of is the opening statement succinct? Is it simple without being oversimplified? Is it the appropriate length? Is it too long? Is it too short? Are the lawyers, do they kind of engage? Are they, what's the word? I don't want to say affable, but are they, do they introduce themselves? Do they basically engage with the jury? Personable, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. Without being smarmy, do they focus on evidence or do they focus on, let's call it, bias? And then what is your overall assessment? This is going to be quite a tough one, I think, because Baldwin's lawyers are pretty much, I would say, the best lawyers for this sort of thing that money can buy. And, so I don't know whether, it doesn't really matter whether it's authentic or not. You would imagine they're going to put up a very nifty opening statement. You would imagine. I mean, in the Mo Wilson trial, I was pretty disappointed in what was done there. So even expensive lawyers can sometimes be disappointing. So at the end of the day, we want to really listen to both opening arguments and get a sense of who did a better job. Not who's right, but who did a better job
When
in.
someone plays make-believe with a real gun in a real-life workplace, and while playing make-believe with that gun violates the cardinal rules of firearm safety, people's lives are endangered, and someone could be killed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what this case is about. It's simple, straightforward. The
Good
evidence will
opening.
show that someone who played make-believe with a real gun and violated the cardinal rules of firearm safety is the defendant, Alexander Baldwin. You will hear over the course of the next few days that in the fall of 2021, a movie called Rust began filming at the Bonanza Creek Ranch just south of Santa Fe in Santa Fe County. You will learn that this movie was a Western with a lot of gun action. And while it was a movie set, it was a real-life workplace for many people. But you will hear this workplace was on a tight budget. And you will learn that some of the people who were hired to work at this workplace were very inexperienced. And one of those was the armorer, a very young woman named Hannah Gutierrez Reed. You will hear testimony from crew members who worked on the set, who will tell you that to them, Ms. Gutierrez's inexperience was obvious. You will also learn that this workplace has some talented people. And one of those was the director of photography, a vibrant 42-year-old rising star named Helena Hutchins. You will also learn that the director of this film was Joel Souza, another talented individual who cares deeply for his projects. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that like in many workplaces, there are people who act in a reckless manner and place other individuals in danger and act without due regard for the safety of others. That, you will hear, was the defendant, Alexander Baldwin, the lead actor on this film. You will learn that this movie began filming on or about October 6, 2021. But the defendant did not arrive on set to begin working until about October 13. And you will learn that prior to arriving on the set to work, he requested to be assigned the biggest gun available.
Yeah.
So he was assigned this revolver, a replica of an 1873 single-action revolver manufactured by Pieta Firearms in Italy. You will hear from Alessandro Pieta, who will tell you he manufactured this gun. And he will tell you he manufactured it in 2015. And he will explain the quality control measures that Pieta Firearms follows in order to ensure that firearms that are manufactured by Pieta Firearms don't have any problems or issues. Mr. Pieta will tell you that this firearm he himself manufactured, and that when Pieta sent it to EMF which is the company that distributes firearms for Pieta Firearms in the United States, this gun was in perfect working condition. You will hear from Justin Neal, who is a representative of EMF, a company out of California that has historically been known.
Sorry, just to interrupt quickly. So part of Baldwin's defense, certainly in the beginning, was that the gun basically fired itself. I didn't pull the trigger, the gun fired itself.
To provide firearms to the movie industry. Mr. Neal will tell you that when EMF received this firearm in 2017, it was in perfect working order. And in fact, when EMF had this firearm, it was subjected to numerous quality control inspections because it was used as a show gun at gun shows. The evidence will show that in September of 2021, an individual by the name of Seth Kenny was contacted by the folks with Rust Production. They asked Mr. Kenny if he would be able to provide some firearms for the filming, for use during the filming of Rust. You will learn that Mr. Kenny owns PDQ Firearm and Prop.
Prop and arms.
It's a duly licensed firearms dealership. Mr. Kenny then contacted EMF and ordered several single-action replica revolvers. And in September, or on September 29, 2021, Mr. Kenny purchased this gun. And you will hear that Mr. Kenny received it from EMF, and it was in perfect working order. The only thing that Mr. Kenny did to this gun was to insert the firing pin, because since it was a show gun, it didn't have a firing pin. But you'll learn that that's a very easy step. All he had to do was just insert the pin, and that's it. And then Mr. Kenny had the firearms, this one and some other firearms, transferred to the set of Rust at the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
So just to interrupt quickly, do you notice Baldwin hasn't looked at the prosecutor once, as far as I've noticed? He's just really ignoring. Now, imagine if charges are read against you. Someone was saying, you did this, you did that. Would you really not be interested in what they had to say? This is why you're in court.
And on October 13th, 2021, the defendant was supposed to have a training session with this gun and this young armorer. But you will see that during this training session, the defendant had somebody or a couple of people filming him while he's running around shooting this gun. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, or you'll hear during this trial the use of the words prop gun. And you'll learn a prop gun is this real gun. It's not a toy. It's not made of rubber. It's a real gun. You will also see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that during the days before that fateful October 21st day, the defendant handled this firearm multiple occasions. You will see video footage of the defendant firing this firearm, working perfectly fine. But you'll see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that each time the defendant handled this firearm, he did not do a safety check with that inexperienced armorer. And you'll hear that the reason he didn't do a safety check is because he didn't want to offend her. The evidence you will see will paint a real-life picture of a real-life workplace where this defendant mishandled this gun. You will see him using this gun as a pointer to point at people, to point at things. You will see him cock the hammer when he's not supposed to cock the hammer. You will see him.
Do you think, just based on what she's saying you will see this, you will see that, you will see this. Do you think there's maybe a problem that there's insufficient evidence here? Do you think maybe it's going to be, the state just hasn't met its burden? I'm just saying, do you think the state just doesn't have a lot of evidence to present?
Put his finger on the trigger when his finger's not supposed to be on the trigger. You will hear about numerous breaches of firearm safety with this defendant and this use of this firearm. And the evidence will show that on the morning of October 21st, 2021, the camera crew walked off set. And you will learn that one of the reasons that camera crew walked out is because they were concerned over safety breaches with the use of firearms.
So that is one of the most glaring realities of this case, is that on the freaking day of the incident, 21st of October, after complaining, after sending emails, after basically being quite unhappy with the situation, I think 6 members of the crew walked off. This incident happened on the very same day. They walked off in the morning. This incident happened a couple of hours later.
The evidence will show that the morning of October 21st started out a couple of hours behind. They filmed some scenes at this church on the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And you will see that one of those scenes required the defendant to pull out his gun. This was in the morning. Pull out his gun, and you'll hear the director tell him, pull it out and hold it. And the first time, you'll see evidence the defendant does what the director tells him. But you will hear the director tell you that many times the defendant would do his own thing. So then the director in the morning asked him, okay, do it again, just like you did now. The defendant pulls out the gun, but this time he cocks the hammer. The evidence will show they then broke for lunch. And around
So do you think he was supposed to cock the hammer? Bear in mind, I don't know if you know this, the actual shot where he's supposed to shoot towards the people, the camera was supposed to be put behind him. And so you can see him shooting from the perspective of behind him. Did you guys know that?
around 1:30 or so, they came back to this church to do what's called a blocking. The evidence will show that Ms. Hutchins wanted to do a blocking for an insert, and you will learn what a blocking is, just working out the details of the moves of the actor. Wasn't even a rehearsal.
So how I understand it, an insert is, so you'll have a movie, and there are moments where the movie flows, and there are moments where you have continuous footage being recorded. An insert is sort of a moment where you have almost like a still or a close-up. It's kind of something that gets inserted into the drama that kind of gives it additional texture and detail.
You will hear from one of the witnesses who walked into the church and saw the defendant kind of playing with his gun. And then you will see evidence or hear evidence that Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were talking to the defendant about doing this insert. And the insert was just supposed to be from here to here.
There he looks at
And it
her.
was supposed to
He
be
gave
of
a
the
quick
defendant
look,
just slowly
and another one.
taking his gun out of his holster, and just holding it at an angle. The evidence will show that someone asked the armorer to bring the defendant's gun to him, and she did. She brought it into the church, showed it to David Halls, who you will learn was the first assistant director. The gun was empty. Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. But then you will hear that Ms. Gutierrez was given the gun back, and she took it and loaded it with dummy rounds. And what you will learn is that dummy rounds are inert rounds. They look like real rounds, but they are very easy to tell that they are not because they'll rattle. Ms. Gutierrez then went back to the church, showed the revolver to the first assistant director very fast, They only checked about 3 rounds, very quick. And they missed 1 round. You will learn that one of the rounds in that revolver was a real round.
So basically, at this point, had Hannah checked properly, then the live round would have been removed, but she didn't. Had Dave Halls checked properly, although it wasn't strictly speaking his role to do that, but had he checked properly, then it could have been the incident could have been prevented. And Alec Baldwin just done the same thing. You could have had the same thing. Each round would need to rattle, or there'd be a hole in it. And so it's really something that takes a couple of seconds. And all 3 of them didn't check. And Hannah said, yeah, I should have checked more carefully.
And the evidence will show that Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. And what you will learn is that once again, the defendant failed to do a gun check or a safety check with this armor. So he takes the firearm, puts it in his holster. Then Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were doing this blocking. And the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen,
That's it.
that the defendant, again, did his own thing.
So does that sound like Alec Baldwin? Like, is what the prosecution's saying, like, whoa, what an accusation? Does Baldwin seem like the kind of person that sort of does his own thing? And another thing just to consider is right now in court, is he sort of fiddling? If you compare what he's doing to Hannah, Hannah kind of sat there and just sort of stared in front of her. She didn't really write down that many notes. Baldwin is a lot busier, is a lot more kind of vigilant, right?
You will hear from an individual by the name of Kent Jorgensen. Mr. Jorgensen will tell you that he's been involved in drafting and revising movie set safety rules. You will learn that these movie set safety rules require actors like the defendant to treat every firearm as though it's loaded, to never point a firearm at another person, and to never put your finger on the trigger unless you're prepared to shoot or to destroy whatever's in front of you. The evidence will show that on October 21st, 2021, after that lunch break, the defendant once again violated those set safety rules. And during this blocking, the director had instructed him to just slowly take out that gun and just hold it at an angle. But you will see that the defendant takes it out quickly the first time, points it. And you will hear witness testimony who will tell you the first time he does it, his finger is on or around the trigger.
Did you see that he gave a look at her as soon as she did that? That is a critical legal point here. That's really important. Was his finger on the trigger? Well, you do see it on the trigger in the video, sort of filmed right at that time, which is quite a critical aspect. Thanks a lot,
He
Lainey.
does it again. Takes it out very fast, points it. And once again, you will hear testimony that his finger was on or around the trigger. And the evidence will show that that third and fatal time, he takes it out once again, fast, hammer's cocked, he cocks the hammer, points it straight at Ms. Hutchins, and fires that gun, sending that live bullet right into Ms. Hutchins' body. You will learn that this bullet was a .45 caliber round that entered Ms. Hutchins' body right underneath her right underarm. It perforated her right lung. It traveled through her spine, lacerating her spinal cord, and then it exited on the left side of her back. That bullet then went into Joel Souza's right shoulder.
Another quick look from Baldwin.
And it came to rest in his back, from where doctors removed it once he was transported to St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
I just want to interrupt this quickly. I don't want to forget this. I am going to come back to it. Baldwin was asked during the ABC News interview whether he felt guilty about what happened. Does anyone know what he answered? And I'm going to deal with that in the break, that issue.
You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Hutchins did not have the same fate. You will see the aftermath of the shooting, and you will see medics frantically working to save Ms. Hutchins, to stabilize her, to transport her, to airlift her to UNM Hospital. But the damage from that bullet was too much.
Now, something that I think has been underemphasized is if you hurt someone by accident, that's something that has happened. After that, do you try to do anything to make up for it? Do you try and help? Do you try and render aid? And that narrative, I think, has been very absent from a lot of this. And as far as I know, Baldwin didn't say a word to Helena and didn't do anything to help her. He just left the church, and he said he left because they were told to leave. And then he was the last person to have any idea what had happened, when other people assumed what had happened, like from the word go.
Ms. Hutchins succumbed to her injuries and bled to death.
And I mean, that's another thing. Do you show remorse? Now, I must say, when he was in the police cubicle and they informed him that she's just died, I have to say, I thought that his response was genuine. He was genuinely shocked. Whether it was, I don't know, but it looked genuine to me.
The evidence will show that meanwhile, after the shooting, the defendant began to claim he didn't pull the trigger. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that's not possible. You will hear from Mr. Pieta himself, who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of the trigger. You will hear from firearms experts who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of that trigger.
Well, now Baldwin is, I don't know if you saw, he's like making big notes over there. This is definitely not true.
The evidence will show that law enforcement officials arrived at the scene on October 21st after the shooting and immediately took this gun into their custody. Then later, they asked the FBI for assistance in processing this gun for forensics and examination. You will learn that the gun and some ammunition that was taken from the set and from PDQ arms were sent to the FBI for analysis. You will learn that the gun...
I just want to quickly address this. Some people think that, so was the actual incident recorded? No, it wasn't. They did record just before that. And I think that should tell you something as well, that he wasn't actually in the process of acting. He was actually in the process of a rehearsal when he wasn't supposed to pull a trigger or anything. He was just supposed to draw the weapon. And so people think, so they actually recorded this incident. There's video, there's footage of the incident when it took place. No, but there is footage of everything just before it took place.
First went to the DNA section of
That's
the lab, where a DNA analyst found the defendant's DNA on this gun. And then the gun was transferred to the firearms and tool mark section of the lab, where a firearms examiner examined this gun very carefully and closely. Bryce Ziegler, who is the firearms examiner for the FBI, will tell you that when he received this firearm, he first examined it. He didn't see any defects, didn't see any modifications, He tried and he checked the hammer in the 3 different positions, cocking positions. He checked the quarter cock position, fine. Checked the half cock position, fine. Checked the full cock position, fine.
So she's talking about when you cock the hammer, it kind of has a catch. So when you put it back, it kind of has a something that it catches on, and so it can't just fall back without the trigger being pulled. So there's a quarter cock, half cock, full cock, which is 3 basic safety points on the gearing of the trigger, which is, it's not like there's just one, there's 3.
And when he held it in the full cock position, you will hear that hammer held until he pulled the trigger. You will also hear that Mr. Ziegler test fired this gun 12 different times. And each time that gun fired as it was designed. Each time when he pulled that trigger, it fired. And he will tell you that not once did this gun malfunction or discharge on its own. Now, the evidence will show that because the defendant had been claiming that he didn't pull the trigger, Mr. Ziegler suggested one last test to the Sheriff's Department. Mr. Ziegler told the Sheriff's Department that he could do what's called an accidental discharge test. He obtained authorization to do this test, and you will hear that he left that test for last because that test could potentially damage the gun. Mr. Ziegler went forward after he received this authorization and conducted the accidental discharge test. And you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that during that test, a couple of the internal components of this firearm damaged.
Now, part of Baldwin's defense is you then say, but the firearm's damaged. I can show you. Yes, the firearm, look how damaged it is. Yeah, but it was damaged during the end part of the firearms testing. I mean, give the full context to that.
You will hear that the trigger sear and the full cock hammer notch were damaged during the accidental discharge testing. The evidence will show, however, that before this accidental discharge testing by the FBI, this gun functioned and worked perfectly fine. You'll see the video footage of the multiple occasions during which the defendant used this firearm on the set, and each time he fired it, it was working just fine.
Look at Baldwin's posture here. It's like, oh, that enough.
And in fact, you'll hear evidence that the defendant himself admitted in December of 2021 that this gun didn't have any mechanical problems. You will hear from the 2 of the country's leading experts on firearms forensics, Michael Haig and Lucian Haig. And they will tell you that they examined the revolver and the damaged pieces extensively. They will tell you that the damage to the full cock trigger notch is consistent with the accidental discharge testing that was conducted by the FBI. Lucian Haig will tell you that in August of 2023, he examined the trigger sear, the other piece, and that when he looked at it initially with the naked eye, there was nothing wrong with it. He couldn't see anything. But then he put it under the microscope, and he noticed some kind of rough microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear. And since at the time he did not know how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test, he opined that these very small microscopic lines were likely not caused by the FBI accidental discharge testing, but he could not exclude that as the source of those lines. Then a few weeks ago, Mr. Haig will tell you that he spoke with Mr. Ziegler, and he learned how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test. Mr. Ziegler explained that he affixed that.
Well, I must say, Baldwin couldn't look more bored if he tried. All of this kind of thing. He is on trial for manslaughter. He is on trial because a woman died.
That firearm onto a fixed platform and then struck the firearm on 6 different planes with a rubber mallet. And Mr. Ziegler explained to Mr. Haig that he had not affixed the mallet to another fixed device. Instead, he did it freehand. Mr. Haig will tell you, with his 50-plus years of experience as a firearms forensics expert, he opined or concluded that those very tiny.
So now you get a bit of a sense of what's going on. He's literally got his body language is blocking off the prosecutor. She's right off his left shoulder, just not interested at all in what she's got to say. It's kind of quite hostile if you think about it.
Microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear were likely caused by the FBI's accidental discharge test. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that regardless of how those tiny microscopic lines got on that trigger sear, these firearms experts will tell you that those would not affect the functionality of this firearm. At the end of this case, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to conclude and be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that on October 21st, 2021, that gun the defendant had asked to be assigned worked perfectly fine as it was designed, and that the fatal and one of the main problems that afternoon of October 21st was that the defendant didn't do a gun safety check with that inexperienced armorer. He pointed the gun at another human being, cocked the hammer, and pulled that trigger in reckless disregard for Ms. Hutchins' safety. And you will be convinced that the only true and just verdict in this case, so that true justice can be served, is a verdict of guilty to involuntary manslaughter. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Spiro?
Were they given a time limit? So it's Alex Spiro is now going to be up. Let's see whether Baldwin's posture changes as he starts paying attention.
All set? May I proceed? Thank you, Your Honor.
I'd love to be able to read
Good morning.
Baldwin's notes.
This was an unspeakable tragedy, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. He was an actor.
There we go. Look at that already. He's already paying perfect attention, just like that.
Playing the role of Harlan Rust. An actor.
Remember I said he's going to hang on every single word of what his lawyer says. Well, here it is.
Playing a character can act in ways that are lethal, that just aren't lethal on a movie set. These cardinal rules, they're not cardinal rules on a movie set. And I don't have to tell you much more about this because you've all seen gunfights in movies. And the reason that can happen is because safety is ensured before the actor. On this movie set, there were people responsible for ensuring the safety of the set and the firearm. Those people failed in their duties, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. The most critical issue in this case is how a real bullet got on a movie set. The evidence will show that real bullets are never supposed to be on movie sets. Movie sets use dummies and blanks.
So if you think about the defense case so far, it's like he didn't do anything wrong. The critical part is how did the live round get on? But if you think about it a bit further, so if there's not a live round on set, you can point a gun at someone. You don't have to check anything. You can pull the trigger when you want to, whatever, because you're assuming there's not a live round. But there was a live round, and it's exactly for that reason that you have these additional safety levels. So he's trying to make it very narrow, like the problem is there shouldn't be a live round and someone else is responsible for that. But that's not the only protocol. You can't reduce the whole thing to one thing, which is there shouldn't be live rounds. Yeah, there shouldn't be. But what happens if they are? Well, who's going to check that? One person? Only one person? Is it better that more people do safety checks, or fewer people? Is it better that one person does it or more than one?
Movie sets use dummies, fake inert bullets that look like real bullets, they don't go bang, for when you want a close-up of the gun. You can't tell them apart from live bullets by looking at them, which is why live bullets can be nowhere near a movie set. And if the director wants a shot of the gun going, bang, poof, there's blanks that they can use. And those blanks look nothing like real bullets. And they are used for those shooting scenes. And, they'll play these videos that they described of Alex, firearm in the movie going bang, poof. And people are conditioned to seeing people firing weapons and thinking that's a dangerous act. That's a dangerous act. And they will play those videos and give you that image to try to tarnish them in your eyes. But that's not what happened here. On this set, there was a real bullet, something that should never be on a movie set, something which has nothing to do with making a movie. And you will hear no evidence, not one word, that Alec Baldwin had anything to do with that real bullet being brought onto that set. The second critical issue in this case is, why did a real bullet get loaded into a prop movie gun? It is undisputed that the bullet was loaded into the gun by the armorer, the person on set whose responsibility it was to ensure the gun was safe. And so picture that.
Now, the next thing I'm waiting to see is Baldwin starting to go like this. Like basically just almost hypnotizing the jury. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's true. Well, let's see if it happens.
That moment of the armorer placing a live bullet into that firearm. You hear the prosecutor say, he did this, or he performed in a certain way. He picked out the biggest gun as his prop. It's to tarnish him in your eyes. You will hear no evidence whatsoever. No evidence that anything Mr. Baldwin did, that something he did in that moment, that horrible moment when she put that bullet in that gun, none of it had anything to do with Alec Baldwin. And finally, the first assistant director's job, the head of safety, Dave Halls, checked.
Oh, it actually looks like this is going to be an extremely brief defense opening.
It before it goes to the actor. And he will tell you he made a tragic mistake. He failed to detect a live bullet. And Alec Baldwin had nothing to do with that either. So all this evidence that the prosecutor just outlined, all of it, has nothing to do with these critical issues. Nothing. Which leads us to this. The evidence will show that on a movie set, safety has to occur before the gun is placed in the actor's hands. In this case, this unique case on a movie set, the prop gun was placed in Mr. Baldwin's hands and cold gun was announced. Meaning.
So I don't think he's not right when he says that. Safety needs to happen before the gun is placed in his hands. I agree with that. But I don't think you can say that safety can't happen after the gun is placed in his hands. I don't think you can say that either. So he's trying to sort of artificially, in my view, narrow the legal argument.
It had been checked and double-checked by those responsible to ensure the gun was safe.
That's not true. It hadn't been checked or double-checked. That's the problem.
It was just a prop. They all thought it was just a prop and could do no harm. The actor's job is to act, to rehearse, to choreograph his moves, to memorize his lines.
Is the actor's job on a cowboy set where there are a lot of guns just to act? I've got no other responsibility. So if that's true, then why do you need weapons training? Why do you need safety bulletins?
He's Harlan Rust. He's an outlaw running for his life, who in the incident in question, he's pulling a six-shooter to try to defend himself.
So we've got, and I must have seen this argument quite a lot. Yes, someone else is saying an actor's job is just to act. There's nothing more than that. And that is also why I think it was a mistake for the judge to take away the producer role. But this is certainly something that you hear over and over again. The actor's job is just to act. Okay.
That's why the gun has to be safe before it gets into the actor's hands. His mind is somewhere else.
And if you take it at face value and you say the actor's job is just to act, then you could also say, well, the actor's job is to do what he's told. Is that what Baldwin did? Did Baldwin do exactly as he was told? Did he? It's a question. Did he do as he was told? Was he told to fire the gun?
Else, in the being of another, a century away, an outlaw, he must be able to take that weapon and use it as the person he's acting would. To wave it, to point it, to pull the trigger like actors do, in ways that would be lethal in the real world, but are not lethal on a movie set. And I'm going to show you that scene now before lunch. And if we could just play action.
I'm gonna go find some help.
I don't need no damn help.
You're gonna die if I don't.
He's wounded and on the run. So play again. Continue.
Harlan Rust. Did you stand up nice and slow, tossing your weapons you have?
He's on the church pew, bleeding, his hand gripping the revolver. He would defend himself against the men in the movie. Play.
One more. You good? Ready? Harlan Rust. Did you get up nice and slow, tossing the weapons you have?
Well, how close can I get right there?
Joe, you want me to wait to give you that line till he lands?
Okay.
Till camera lands?
Yeah.
Yep.
7 minutes, one. Draw your gun and look up. Point your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left?
This side.
So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you, Alex.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready.
And set. Ready, and action.
Harlan Rust.
Do one more just like that. You got one more? Yeah.
Ready, ready, ready,
They
ready.
want him to do it again. There's no danger. They want him to do it again.
And set. Ready, and action.
Harlan Rust. Nice.
Now, there is one thing wrong with that representation is you're seeing it from the movie's perspective. You're not seeing it from the victim's perspective. You're not seeing all the people standing around him.
It's a scene similar to scenes we've all seen in movies and television. performed by thousands of actors. And the scene that continues after lunch is the same scene, it's just not unfortunately captured on videotape. And the scene they envisioned and acted out, that prop gun was positioned in the afternoon so close to the camera that you could see inside, that you could feel it. You could feel.
Now, I have to say, when I was watching the opening, I thought, why don't they show, for example, that clip? Now, the fact that the defense have beaten the prosecution to the punch on this, well, they certainly won the award for being the most interesting, the most compelling, and arguably the most entertaining.
Feel that it was loaded, and it was loaded, of course, with dummies to make it look like a real gun. But this one time, one of those dummies was a real bullet. The real bullet was not known to anyone in that church. Amongst the actors, directors, and crew in the scene, everyone was doing exactly how they go about their business every day on a movie, not as if some lethal element had been included in the environment. You will see creativity and movement and everyone talking and vibrant. No one had any idea that this venomous, toxic element had been inserted into this magic they were creating. But it did. It entered that place. It killed an amazing person.
Well, I must say I'm quite impressed by his wordsmithery. He's definitely quite a good storyteller.
It wounded another, and it changed lives forever. And so to find out what happened on that movie set, you need to do something that the prosecutors could never do. You have to step back and remember what they were doing on a movie set. What were Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer, Joel Souza, the director, and Alec Baldwin, the actor, doing on Bonanza Creek Ranch? You know, movies and magic have always been closely associated. The first people that made movies were magicians. And this imagination that happens in movies, you know, King Kong, he can stand above a city, and Superman can fly, horses and snakes and gun battles.
So what he's doing here is he's being fanciful, is basically endearing himself to the jury, but he's talking about Superman, and the nostalgia of movies definitely isn't addressing really the facts of the case, talking about movie magic.
For this to all work, for cinematography, what Helena did to work, for acting to work, you have to be so close to the barrier of real and imagined that the viewer feels that they're there, that it's real. The viewer.
That is quite a clever point to make, although it basically pretends that the movie protocols don't really exist in a way. It's basically just, well, we need to make this shot work. Okay, but within the context of established industry standards, established industry protocols.
The viewer can't see strings from the stuntman. The stuntman must leap. The snake must hiss. And guns happen in movies all over this country for many decades. Bang, bang. You've all seen it. Guns have been an element of theater and film and television since the earliest of times. Depictions of war and combat, Spartacus, it stirs audiences because it feels real. Later films, Platoon, Apocalypse Now, they showed the unvarnished realities of war. This ranch, Santa Fe, it had been the scene to many gunfights and movie scenes, well before Alec was even born. Laramie, Butch and the Sundance Kid, and these westerns.
Your Honor, may we approach?
That's interesting. That's interesting. It is straying. It definitely is straying. I must say that's a very bad look for the defense, and I've even been interrupting him because it's like, whoa, what are you doing here? You know, make your opening arguments. Don't be a movie critic.
The evidence will show that guns are in movies because movies are about people's lives and guns are in people's lives. So let's talk about the evidence and how the lethal bullet got there. How did this happen and how did it unfold? The evidence will be the following. Everybody on a movie set has a role. The armor armors, the director directs, the actor acts. They work in harmony, but they have a division of responsibility. Safety being important has the first assistant director whose name is Dave Halls.
And this is why it's such a big victory that they got him out of the whole thing as the producer, because now they can say his only role was an actor and actually had a dual role. But that's a big victory that the defense got in terms of the judge.
Above the armor and the sort of the safety of the set. And on that day in question, the cast and the creative directors and crew in the church, it's a fake church, their actors are not in their normal clothes, it's costumes, there's debris falling from the ceiling, it's fake debris, and they yell out "cold gun." And that is an important term you're going to learn in this case. It means that the gun is cold. No one need worry. But even that requires a little bit more explanation. Cold gun doesn't mean no live bullets. There are for sure 100% no live bullets on movie sets. That's unimaginable. Cold means you don't even have the fake blank poof in it. You don't need to worry even about eye gear or earplugs for that fake bang. It means it's empty, inert, cosmetic, can do no harm. Cold guns can't hurt people. It's impossible, literally impossible for a cold gun to hurt somebody. You could hurt you more by dropping it on your foot. And that's why these artists are carrying on in their art. Cold gun, all clear to go. And the armorer on this set hands a prop gun to Alec, like she had done times before, like people have done with him in movies for a generation. And he's there. He's in the movie set church with his movie set gear and his holster, and he takes his movie set gun. And he's deeply focused in that moment on his character. The artists, the crew members, they're moving around him. Again, no eye gear or earplugs, nothing to protect against. They carry on, they practice, they rehearse, they take a lunch break. Some folks leave, some don't. They continue the scene. Dave Halls, the head of safety, is actually practicing the movement so they can frame the footage that will happen after lunch. And the prop cold gun comes back. The prop cold gun comes back, cold gun. They call it again. Same gun, again, safe. The first assistant director, Dave Halls, head of safety for the entire film, a man with decades of experience, comes and takes the additional step and inspects the gun. Verifies again, cold gun. Everyone relax. Go back to focus on the making of a movie. There's nothing in the gun that can hurt anybody. And Alex sits on that pew. And the creative directors, the crew, they're moving around him, in front of him. And Harlan Rust, he begins, like the prosecutor told you, rehearsing, acting. This is a completely mundane, uneventful, routine act on a movie set. And so everybody carries on. Nobody fathomed, imagined, foresaw any possible danger. They moved around Alec as he practiced his draw. As the prosecutor put it, working out the details of the move. And
So I don't know if I agree with that. He says, and he says it like 3 times, nobody imagined, fathomed, foresaw, except that there were accidental discharges, I think 2 or 3 times on this set, which is why the crew walked off. So someone did actually foresee safety issues, which is why they walked off. And then later that same day, somebody died. So to say nobody fathomed, foresaw, imagined, actually about 6 people did. And they sent an email and they walked off the set. And then that day somebody died.
the actor. He does it again, does it in a different way. Nobody bats an eye. And they will tell you that the investigation revealed that Baldwin was practicing drawing and pointing the weapon of the scene with guidance and instruction from Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza. The gun goes off. Everybody's shocked. Alec is startled. He immediately says, I didn't mean to shoot I didn't pull the trigger. Immediately. What the hell just happened? They collectively exclaim. Shock turns to panic. 911 is called.
Ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. He said someone was shot? Two people accidentally with gunshots as on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch. Send it. I'll connect you with medical dispatcher. Don't need that. Santa Fe Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency?
So are we dealing with Alec Baldwin deliberately shooting Helena? Does he know there's a live round, points the gun at her, shoots her because he wants to kill her? No. So that's not at issue here. It's not the intentional killing of a person. What's at issue here is it the negligent or reckless use of a firearm which then leads to someone's death and the injury then of the director. In other words, is there recklessness and negligence? And I think you've got to look beyond this day, the 21st of October. You've got to look at the other days and ask, was this an accident or was this an accident waiting to happen?
Bonanza Creek Ranch has had two people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately, okay? This fucking AD that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions, this motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my desk and yell at me? He's got disgusted guns. He's responsible for what happened in the now, Mimi? No. I'm a script supervisor. How many people are injured? Two, that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
Accidentally shot on a movie set with a prop gun. The fucking AD, it was his responsibility.
There you go. Dave Hall's thrown under the bus there. So it was his responsibility. Now, I've already said to you in the poll, how many people do you think are potentially liable here? Only one person? Maybe two people? How about three? How about 4 or 5? Do you know how many people got plea deals in this case? So, I think that's the other area where a jury could be a little bit confused, is you say, that was his responsibility. Oh, well, then it can't be Alec Baldwin's. But hang on, I don't understand. I thought Hannah has already been convicted and sentenced. So isn't it just her responsibility? Isn't it only Hannah's responsibility? Okay, so now it's also Dave Hall's. Okay, so it's Hannah's and Dave Hall's. Could it be anyone else's? What do you think?
Not a word about Alec Baldwin. While they're en route, police, EMS, the cast and crew are outside, trying to figure out what happened, frantic, talking to those responsible for the prop and its safety. The armorer is yelling, sorry. Hall's the first assistant director is panicked. The prop master, Sarah Zachary, I don't know exactly where she is at that point. But
so now he's talking about Sarah Zachary. Again, do you want to perhaps vote again in the poll? I don't know if you've already voted. Do you think two people are potential perpetrators? 30% of you say 2, 37% say 3, 12% say 4, and 14% say 5. What's the right answer?
But they check the gun feverishly. They take the ammo out of the gun. They look at it, what the heck happened? They go back to the prop cart that houses the ammo. They're touching the gun and manipulating the gun, emptying it. They go and move some stuff off the prop cart, trying to figure it out. Sarah Zachary, the head of props, will tell you she threw some stuff out. And eventually, of course, EMS and police arrive pretty soon thereafter. And Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza, the director, are transported to the hospital where Helena tragically passes away. And I'm not going to be asking questions about her condition after she was wounded or the medical interventions that followed. Her injuries, the efforts to revive her, are not in dispute in this case. The evidence will be there. The prosecutor may present some of these emotionally charged.
And that is quite a clever move. Don't talk about the victim. Don't dwell on the victim. Don't look at the victim. Let's spend as little amount of time on the victim as you can. And here he says, the prosecution are going to get you emotional about that. Well, that's exactly what he doesn't want to happen. He doesn't want them to get emotional about the person who died. We don't want to talk about her. We don't want to see her. We don't want to acknowledge her wounds. let's just talk about the dry mechanism of the firearm. But just a moment ago, he was waxing lyrical about how wonderful movies are and movie magic.
Images, but we're not going to be asking questions about that, and it's not an issue in dispute in this case. You jurors are allowed to ask yourselves whether or not that should be the focus or the focus should be the evidence. So police enter the scene.
So it's quite an interesting point. Jurors, while the prosecutors are talking about Helena's injuries, should you be thinking this isn't evidence? Helena's injuries aren't evidence. I don't know if I've ever been in a criminal case where somebody died, where you say, well, the injuries aren't evidence, the autopsy photos aren't evidence, the medical aspect isn't evidence. Wow, I think it's the most important evidence.
They have lapel cameras. Thank God they have lapel cameras. You want to see what happens? The evidence will show you can play the videotape. Want to see if they take the right gun? Play the videotape. Want to make sure what the people said or did, they're remembering correctly? Play the videotape.
So I don't know if you're seeing, Baldwin is nodding, right? It's exactly what I said. When the prosecutor speaks, he'll ignore her completely. When his lawyer speaks, he'll hang on every word. And wow, this is so true. I'm convinced.
And so they immediately recover
It's a not very subtle kind of mindfuckery.
prop gun and they secure it. That's off to the side. And,
I don't know
and
if
the
you
reason
remember,
that you preserve things in the moment
I
is
don't
so
know if
that
you
you
remember in Depp versus Heard, the sort of policy of Johnny Depp throughout that trial, which is, I'm never ever going to look at Amber Heard, right? I'm so revolted, I'm so disgusted, I'm not going to make eye contact. It's the same kind of psychology. In a
know
sense.
what existed in the moment, the evidence in the moment, the people and the witnesses and what they said in the moment. These folks, the members of Rust, they'd never been through anything like this before. That is why what they originally said matters so much in this case. If you remember anything I say today as the evidence proceeds, remember that. Look at the evidence of what the people of Rust said and did that day. Life changes.
That's incomplete. And again, I'm a little bit concerned by the whole scrapping of the producer role, because then you reduce the focus to just this one incident in a church. I don't know whether that's going to be the case, but that's not actually true. It is not what happened on this one day. It's what happened during the filming of the whole thing. An incident followed by another incident, followed by another incident, followed by another incident, followed by somebody dying. It's not just one seemingly totally random fragment that shocked everybody. There were some people who weren't shocked by this.
Memories change. There are human motivations, internal pressure, external pressure. That's why preservation is so important. So the police continue. In terms of the prop cart and the prop ammo that's on the cart, it's...
So I don't know, like this is happening live right now. I don't know what he's going to say next, but I've got an idea. It's going to be about the police botching the investigation. The police, but I thought he said a moment ago, we don't want to focus on what happens after Helena is injured. That's that. We want to do, okay, but isn't what the police are doing the aftermath? So if you think critically about his arguments, they're kind of mutually destructive. More than one of them is mutually destructive. I'm not sure if you've noticed that.
Manipulated, altered, kind of messy. And, you know, at this accidental shooting on a movie set, the police begin to make some mistakes. No one had ever investigated a prop gun on a movie set before. They recover the prop gun, but they don't wear gloves. They don't have the prop cart inside the crime scene. Someone moves it onto the crime scene. People start touching it and showing, okay, this is a dummy, this is a blank. And then they make another mistake that matters in this case with some more significance, which is that they don't secure the prop truck that houses the cart. See, that cart that they roll off comes from a truck where all of the ammunition, all of the firearms are, and that's where they're stored. They don't secure the prop truck for several days. And then the prop house that supplies the truck, that supplies the cart, they don't secure for over a month.
And that's true. And that is quite a, I don't think surprising is the right word. It is quite a scandalous, shocking thing. It's like, wow, you didn't secure the prop truck? I mean, what's that all about? Yeah, they didn't.
A lot of mistakes. They had never investigated a case in a movie set. But they had the prop gun. That was key. And so they needed to figure out where the live bullet came from. They had the shell casing, Starline brass. That's the sort of make. You'll hear that phrase, Starline brass. And the police were right to focus on that. That was the lethal element. And so they work outward. Makes good enough sense. Folks around the ammo and the gun to be interviewed at the precinct. The armorer at the precinct. She loaded the live bullet. Halls, head of safety, he double-checked. And Alec walks up to the police. You'll see this early today. And he says, I'm here, whatever you want to do, whatever you need me to do, just tell me where to go. And Sarah Zachary, the prop master who threw out the stuff at the cart, they missed her that night to bring to the precinct. But the rest of them at the precinct.
So it's quite interesting. You're hearing names repeated. You hear Sarah Zachary's name. You hear Seth Kenny's name. You hear Dave Hall's name. Is anyone getting a little bit more clarity on this thing of could other people be potential perpetrators or have potential culpability in this as well? And let's just have a look at the votes. So far, if you haven't voted, please do. 35% say 2 people are potential perpetrators here. 37% say 3 people. And then barely half those numbers, 13% say 4 and 14% say 5. We'll come back to that.
And thankfully, we have the lapel cameras.
And then they cleared the gun.
Yeah, I just want to also emphasize this point. So the police were horrible and they made so many mistakes. Did Baldwin sort of fall over himself to cooperate with the investigation? Because this case has only come before a judge due to a lot of gnashing of teeth and a lot of fussing between lawyers. And one of the most incredible things was how long it took for Baldwin to actually just hand over his phone. It took him, I think it was months.
Outside after his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay. So the one was
The one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper.
I can pause this. I can turn this off. Move on.
Now, I must say, someone made the comment earlier. It's like, wow, are you introducing evidence in your opening statement? I mean, it's okay to sort of, how can I put it, touch on it, a photo or something. But what the defense is actually doing is they are taking first bite at all the cherries, basically saying, this is our evidence, this is our evidence, this is our evidence. We've got this, this, and this. And basically shaping the narrative because they get first go at it. And I think there's probably an objection from someone there that this was shown.
That was just a quick snapshot of the scene.
Let's approach her.
Yeah, so you've got the prosecution approaching again, right? So I don't know, it does seem like the defense are quite brazen here. They basically seem to be crossing a little bit of a line.
This is Ms. Johnson.
They consented to be exhibits.
So second time that the prosecution are interrupting the opening, right? See how long this goes on for. Now, a few highlights from an older article regarding Alex Spira, the guy that is presenting. Spira has represented numerous high-profile celebrities and billionaires. You can see he's got quite a he has a lot of flourishing. Is quite good with his wordsmithery. He charges clients. He's known to charge clients $2,000 per hour for legal services, so he definitely doesn't come cheap. He apparently gets 4 hours of sleep a night.
The remaining witnesses from inside the church are interviewed
I
on
just want to finish the statement. And he apparently hasn't lost a case in over a decade. And most important, before going to private practice, he worked as a prosecutor. And that is very valuable because he knows how prosecutors think. He knows how they work with evidence. He knows how they work with law enforcement. So he knows how to unravel that whole aspect because he's been one himself. And you had that, I think, with the defense lawyer working for Barry Morphy as well.
the scene. They're interviewed with lapel cameras. They're interviewed by the lead detective, Detective Cano. And those witnesses, some of them will come in here and testify. And not a single one of them will tell you anything different than what I'm about to tell you about the evidence. The gun was double checked, verified it was a cold gun, not an actor's responsibility to check. Safety was ensured before. Alec was doing his practicing, his rehearsing, his movements. People.
Is that true that it's not the actor's responsibility to check? It's not what George Clooney said. It's not what Jensen Ackles said. It's not, as far as I know, what Nicolas Cage said. Is safety on a cowboy set not also the responsibility of the actor? So can the actor do whatever they want? It's not their responsibility. Or can an armorer kind of interfere and say, you shouldn't be doing that? And if they persist, you can shut down the whole production.
Manipulate and point guns on movie sets. The gun went off during the rehearsal. No one saw him intentionally pull the trigger. It was obviously a tragic accident.
So that's also quite interesting, is to say no one saw him pull the trigger. So if no one saw him pull the trigger, then can you say it fired itself? I mean, we don't have evidence of someone seeing him pull the trigger. There is actually footage of him with the firearm cocked and his finger in the trigger guard, right? And so can you say, well, there's no evidence of someone seeing him do that, so that you can't prove that he did it? Is there any evidence that Chris Watts murdered his family? Did anyone see him do that? So if you didn't see someone commit a murder or commit a crime, then you can't prove it.
But Alec committed no homicide. Alec took the gun from those charged with its safety. He did not tamper with it. He did not load it himself. He did not leave it unattended. It completed his costume and his character. It was an actor handling a prop and integrating it into the character of Harlan Russ.
So do you think, and I think this is the critical question, do you think Alec Baldwin intentionally pulled the trigger? Because if he believed it was loaded with blanks, what would be wrong with that? Do you think Baldwin intentionally pulled the trigger? Which is another way, I guess, of saying, do you think Baldwin was sort of horsing around, kind of playing the fool, doing his own thing?
There was a dedicated professional there, off camera, whose sole sacred responsibility was that prop safety. And Dave Halls, the head of safety, was there by her side. Everyone relied on that. And it was tragic that they let them down. He was just acting as he has done for generations. And it
That's also interesting point, is that he's one of the most experienced people on set. Like he's a veteran actor. So I don't know if you can say that he's totally unaware of movie protocols. I think you can say that he's quite an important and powerful and influential celebrity. But I don't think you can argue that he is not aware of the protocols. You can actually die from blanks, and that did happen on the set of The Crow. So it is possible.
was the safety apparatus that failed them all. So law enforcement continues. They need to find the live bullet. That was the lethal element. So they, led by Detective Cano, execute a search warrant on the church. And that's what law enforcement does. They immediately go to a judge. They say, this is what we need to do. They go into the church urgently before anything can be altered. They're confirming it was an accident, not a crime in the church. They search for guns and ammunition, videos and photos. There was no...
So is that technically accurate to say when the lady called 911, she confirmed that it was an accident, not a crime? Can an accident be a crime? Like if you're driving your vehicle and you have an accident, you didn't even intend to crash into someone. Can an accident be a crime? Of course it can. If you're driving recklessly, but you didn't intend to drive into someone, but you nevertheless drove into someone, of course it can be a crime. So again, the way I understand what he's doing, it's mindfuckery, where you say, you just heard them say it was an accident. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's not a crime. It's not accident, crime. An accident, and I mean, no one is saying that he intentionally wanted to kill Helena. What we're saying is if he intentionally pulled the trigger while pointing at her, that is negligent and reckless. That's what we're saying. And he shouldn't have done that. If he pulled the trigger and he didn't point it at her, then the bullet would have gone off, but it would have missed her, right? That's one of the rules on a movie set, is you never point a firearm at someone, whether it's loaded with blanks or anything else.
Further answer.
The other thing that's important to note is Helena wouldn't even have been in the church that day if that camera, arguably, if that camera crew hadn't quit, because you would have had, I think what's called a dolly camera. You would have had a second, it's a kind of, it's like a monitor and it's like a remote camera. And she could have been outside looking at it on a second screen. But they only had one of those, I think it's called a dolly camera. And so she had to be present there to look at the screen. And so, yeah, I mean, that's how the cookie crumbles, I guess.
In the church, they had the prop gun, they had all those witnesses secured, their statements are clear.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is a manslaughter trial. It's not a murder trial. It's a manslaughter trial.
Alec had committed no crime, but the bullet was a mystery. And so they focus on the bullet, the critical, lethal bullet, and how did it enter the movie set. So they had the prop cart, and then they go do the warrant on the prop truck. And so at that point, and I'm going to put up a photo so that you can see who some of these individuals are. They're trying to figure out when they go to the truck, what is the source of the lethal bullet? And so they execute a warrant on the truck approximately a week later. The Seth Kenny that you heard about in the prosecutor's opening, the supplier for the set, he's there. Sarah Zachary, the prop master, she's there. And they walk through what's inside of the prop truck with law enforcement.
So let's do a quick roll call. Who has he been mentioning throughout this? Like which names come up again and again, right? So I'll thanks a lot, Pauline. I'll provide a couple. So he mentions, are you guys going to help me out here? Which names come up like repeatedly here? Have you guys been paying attention? From the defense. The first assistant director, which he keeps referring to as the safety officer, Dave Halls, that's one. Yep. Earth says Seth Sarah Halls, you've got it there. Sarah Zachary's another one that he keeps mentioning. Right? Right? Sarah Zachary. Anyone else? Seth Kenny, that's right, Seth Kenny. Right? So there you have three individuals that are not being prosecuted that the defense keep bringing up their names. Let's quickly go through them. Dave Halls, that's one. Seth Kenny, that's two. Sarah Zachary, that's three. Hannah Gutierrez Reed, that's four. Alec Baldwin, that's five. There's your answer to the poll. The correct answer is five. And how many people voted five? Almost the least. Yeah, the least people voted five, 13%. 13% is the correct answer.
But there's no answer to the
Sorry,
lethal bullet.
five is the correct answer.
And this case then takes on, all this pressure, the media begins swirling. Where is the lethal bullet? How did it get on that movie set? And what about that actor, Alec Baldwin, who had nothing to do with why the bullet got on the movie set? And so police and prosecutors, they work hand in hand, meeting after meeting, trying to find the lethal bullet, meeting with Seth Kenny, meeting with Sarah Zachary, the prop master, the supplier. Where is it? And about a month after the incident, Sarah Zachary finally sits down with law enforcement to answer some questions. And she explains to them that she threw away some stuff. She disposed of some stuff.
Is he casting a little bit of shade onto Sarah Zachary? I don't know. Is he?
The prosecutors and police keep meeting, swirling media, and then at that point, they go to the last step, right? We've done the cart, we've gone to the truck, we met with Sarah Zachary, and they go execute a search warrant on, as the prosecutor told you, PDQ, the prop house. And again, Seth Kenny.
Now, the point of the poll is basically to show you and to emphasize that the argument that one person is responsible is a fallacy. It's a fallacious argument. In this particular legal situation, one person isn't responsible. And another way of saying that is safety on a movie set isn't one person's responsibility. It's not Hannah Gutierrez Reed's sole responsibility. It's also Sarah Zachary's responsibility, but it's also not only hers. It's Hannah's, Sarah's, Dave Hall's, and to some extent Seth Kenny and Alec Baldwin, right? So that is what he's trying to do. He's trying to say it's not the actor's responsibility, but then he's making a mutually destructive argument to say, actually, look at what all these other people did. Yeah, exactly. Those other people are also somewhat responsible. But Dave Halls, I think, took a plea deal. Sarah Zachary took some kind of deal. Seth Kenny, I'm not quite sure what happened there because he's not technically part of the set. He was a supplier. I'm not really sure whether he needed to take a deal, but he certainly is potentially part of this whole equation. And so I do think it's a very hypocritical argument to say, well, the actors only got one responsibility. Okay, but so then all these other people are co-responsible? Okay, but not the actor.
He's there to greet them, let them in, and they don't find the lethal bullet.
That's exactly
They never
it.
did.
That's exactly it.
They never did.
On a movie set,
And as
safety,
things roll into
on a movie set, safety is everyone's responsibility, especially a cowboy movie set. And I hope the prosecution are going to emphasize this again and again, because this isn't what did you do at home, what did you do in your car. the gun belongs to me, so I'm in charge of its safety. This is a movie set.
Police and prosecutors, cell phones and photos and forensics, looking for this shiny object, they found another shiny object.
I agree with you.
Instead of trying to find the source of the lethal bullet, they focused on Mr. Baldwin. But Mr. Baldwin was like every other actor. He goes bang bang in movies. He's told when guns are cold or not. He rehearses and acts as his character. Safety proceeds before the actor. Once the actor has the prop gun, he can handle it however a person he's acting as would. A properly cleared gun can't hurt anybody. And so they told you about some of the things that Alex said in the statements that they will take or picked out a few lines from. But he won't tell you anything different, that he took a gun loaded and cleared by the armor and the AD. He made motions with the gun as he was rehearsing. He didn't intentionally pull the trigger. The gun just went off. And he does.
You almost get a sense from Baldwin, the way Baldwin is looking at his lawyer. It's almost like, I love this guy. You know, he's awesome. You know, like you can almost feel the love in the room.
I didn't have a problem with the gun before. And this idea, you know, that they said that he didn't want to check because he would offend them. You know, in this moment, he's been doing this for 40 years, the evidence will show. And he has habits, and there are also SAG guidelines that tell actors what to do and what not to do. And the SAG
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
guidelines don't tell actors to check the gun. You will see them. That's not the actor's role. And so I guess the point that they're trying to make is that
Now that might be true. I don't actually know those guidelines off by heart. I don't know if it's true that actors aren't allowed to check the gun, but I would imagine actors are aware that you don't ever point a gun at anyone. And that's exactly what Alec Baldwin said during the ABC News interview. He said, I would never point a gun at someone and pull the trigger. Well, how could Helena have been shot if the gun wasn't pointed at her?
why in this specific moment he doesn't break his habit of 40 years and check it differently and sort of insult them this one time. You know, if he had done that and started playing with the gun in that way, they'd be saying, arrogant actor, why is he doing that? So they will play these statements, Alex statements. You're going to hear a man in shock and grief, a father, an artist, worried about his family. You hear he's, you know, on one of the calls, he's going to meet with the decedent's family, the Hutchins family, and he's upset about that. He will talk to law enforcement. He will call them.
I think he's talking about Baldwin, and you notice he's already bringing in a father, you know, he's got his own family, you know, he's already bringing in that. What did he say a moment ago? We don't want to sensationalize the victim like the defense, like the prosecution are going to do. We don't want to, you know, the prosecution are going to want to show you the injuries. Yeah, it's a bit of a double standard. Our client is a father and is a blah, blah, you know, it's just playing the other side.
He doesn't need a lawyer. He didn't commit a crime. He will call them and offer to meet and speak over and over again. And ask anyone in the acting world. Actors know. Actors rely on armorers and point guns and shoot guns. The Armorers Act, what they did is clear and proven. The head of safety, you will learn, took responsibility for his verification failure. But
I don't know if you're noticing Baldwin nodding, you know.
Alec committed no homicide. So law enforcement didn't have a homicide case against Alec Baldwin, but they changed the question. You heard the prosecutor tell you about this. Did he pull the trigger? Did he pull the trigger? Did he intentionally pull the trigger? And if he did, of course, that would only make his statement incorrect, right? That would mean he would have misspoke, been incorrect. You know, and I want to stop for a moment and just tell you, because you're going to hear a lot of testimony, expert testimony like the prosecutor told you, about the gun functioning imperfectly. Did he let the hammer down when he cocked it? Did he hit the trigger? Did he, in a calculated manner, as the prosecutor made a motion, you know, fire the gun like that? And when this issue is discussed, it's easy to sort of pull yourself into courtroom land and away from a movie set. On a movie set, you're allowed to pull the trigger. So even even if he intentionally pulled the trigger like the prosecutor just demonstrated, that doesn't make him guilty of homicide.
Yeah, but that's not what's on. That's not what's at issue here. Even if he pulled the trigger, we're not talking about murder.
Homicide? He did not
I don't know
know.
why he keeps talking about homicide. This isn't about homicide. It's about manslaughter. This is about recklessness. It's not about the intentional killing of someone. It's about.
Or have any reason to know that gun was loaded with a live bullet. That's the key. That live bullet is the key. That is the lethal element. But again, as the prosecutor told you, if they could prove that he intentionally pulled the trigger and he was imperfect, imprecise, wrong with what he said, then maybe you take that and you say he's lying. And if he's a liar, he committed homicide. And so what they do is they take the prop gun. They're blinded by the shine. They're blinded by trying to disprove Alec. They take it and they order a destructive test on the firearm. They order the FBI to take.
Look at Hilaria. She's really getting into this. Everyone is actually getting into this.
A test that they know will destroy the firearm. It's a pointless, unnecessary test where they blindly try to make this big case by taking a mallet and smashing the firearm. At the time that they did that, they knew that Alec had maintained, adamantly maintained, that he was manipulating the hammer and the gun just went off. That the witnesses said it went off out of nowhere. That there are these accidental discharges that happen on the set. That guns have issues in the real world. That this gun had a hair trigger. And the owner's manual of.
So what he's basically saying, and let's just call a spade, is that the gun fired itself. That's basically his argument. So you've got a $2,000 is an hour, a lawyer basically saying the gun fired itself. So I don't know, maybe we should put the gun on trial, like put the gun in the witness box and sentence the gun, because the gun has kind of got a life of its own, a mind of its own, a will of its own. You know, you put the gun there and the gun might start floating in the air and firing at people. Maybe the gun's possessed. I mean, is that what you've come up with in the defense?
This specific gun actually says that if you.
Can you see Carrie Morrissey there? She's bemused. I am too, to be honest.
Load it with a live round or any round in the chamber, in that last position, and you drop it like you see a cowboy in a movie, this type of old cowboy gun can accidentally go off. I don't remember hearing anything about that.
But that's not what happened. He didn't drop the gun and then it fired. He had the gun in his hand and it fired. I mean, you might as well say he was juggling it like a soccer ball and then it fired. Okay, but that's not what happened. Was he doing cartwheels and then threw the gun up in the air and caught it and then it fired? You can make all of these scenarios, but that's not what happened. So why are you mentioning it? It's just...
The evidence will show that. So rather than trying to answer the question of what happened, they proceed with the destructive test. They eliminate the one item, that could prove what Alex said and believed. They didn't offer him a chance to test the gun. They didn't take the gun apart before they broke it and destroyed it and look at.
I don't know if you saw Alec basically react in a big way there. I don't know whether what he's just said is not true, but it's almost like Alec wants to get up and say something.
Its inner workings. They didn't turn on.
That was a big nod from him. Oh, okay. Jerry, did you see that? Sorry, I'm getting a bit worked up myself here.
Their videotape. They just destroyed it. Can't ever be tested in the same condition it was in that day. Won't ever allow Alec to show his truth. And the destruction of this gun that you will hear in this evidence is symbolic of this entire case. Because the officers will tell you at that point, they weren't really investigating anymore. They were trying to disprove Alec, to get Alec.
Sounds like they had an agenda against Alec. You know, it's almost like the Karen Reed trial. It's like someone else committed this trial, but someone else committed this crime, but we got a personal bone to pick with Alec Baldwin. Really, I mean, he was holding the gun, he pointed the gun, and is that really not relevant here?
Have this day.
Yeah.
And so after the destruction of the firearm, they hired some expert witnesses you heard about to pick up the pieces, so to speak. And the state retained Lucian Haig, an expert with over half a century of experience. And he will come into court and he will tell you he's never seen anything like this in his entire career. They conducted a pointless test, a test that would lead to...
Do you see how exactly what I said? Alec Baldwin has stared lovingly at his lawyer through the entire opening statement, whereas he ignored the prosecutor through her entire opening statement. He glanced at her. If you add all those moments that he glanced at her, it's probably going to be less than 5 seconds.
To inevitable destruction of the firearm. There were other correct tests that they could have done to prove whether or not it could have accidentally discharged. None of the experts can test the gun in the condition it was in on the day in question. Why? Not because of something that Alec Baldwin or the crew members of Rust did. They were all clear. The gun just went off. But because of something that law enforcement did. And they...
I don't know, like, can you see Alec in the background? He is more and more engaged. He's like leaning forward. He's kind of responding. You know, he's getting more and more excited. Even his attorneys also, it's like building up. It's like this, it's like building up to like a crescendo.
It deprived him of that opportunity. However, Lucian Haig will tell you that in his analysis, he did find modification that he thought likely pre-existed the FBI testing, and what that modification means and how it impacted the gun is hard to perfectly.
Now, Baldwin is looking at the jury like, guys, did you realize that? The gun was modified. The gun has a life of its own. You know, the gun was basically kind of, it should be a separate character in the story. I mean, I don't want to be silly, but I think it's a movie called The Mexican starring Brad Pitt and what's her name, Julia Roberts. It does literally deal with a possessed gun, a possessed firearm.
Of course, but it was a modification on an important part, the critical part of the firearm, and it was important enough for them to put into a report and to write a new opinion about. They felt this revelation had to be sent to prosecutors, and they maintained that position that this modification was a matter of import for almost a year. And then a few weeks ago, before trial, they just took it back. They just took it back. You will get to see the circumstances of that take back. How far they would go for the shiny object. They never solved the question of the lethal bullet. They destroyed the gun, and all they were left with is Alec Baldwin and the movie they intend to put on. But because they never solved the lethal bullet, they eliminated the prop gun. There will not be one witness, not one shred of evidence in this trial that Alec knew or should have known the gun was loaded with a live round. So they can't prove their high-profile homicide kit. So they will proceed to then here and now tell you about other things, other evidence that you will hear that has nothing to do with what happened in the church on October 21st. That the movie said as a whole was improper or anything, that they hired the wrong armorer.
Well, I must say that's quite a sly move to say, like, he's totally turning it around. He's basically saying, because they can't prove what he did, they're going to take you to all the other issues on the movie set. Well, it's actually the opposite. Because there were constant issues on the set, on this day, on that day, on that day, leading to the crew complaining about safety, leading to the crew leaving the set. It literally wasn't an accident. It was an accident waiting to happen. He's now saying they can't really prove that Alec did anything wrong, so they're going to try and tell you other things. It's totally inverting that whole argument. It's quite sly as far as I'm concerned.
I think I heard in opening. The evidence will show that the armorer was hired by somebody else, trained by somebody else, had done gun scenes on Rust with somebody else before Alec even got there. She was the daughter and the apprentice of the most famous and well-respected armorer in Hollywood. And she had just left serving, being an armorer for Nicolas Cage on another Western. Then they'll come in and they'll say, but what about the movie guidelines? You heard about Mr. Jorgensen, the movie guidelines, that one of the protocols wasn't followed, or there was a set safety issue about something unrelated to this, like these movie guidelines on a set or the things of Navy SEALs and NASA. The guidelines were followed. They followed the safety guidelines. Actors don't check the weapons. Safety is ensured by dedicated personnel.
Is nodding again.
So they will say, but there had been accidental discharges on the set, that guns had fired accidentally prior, not related to Alec, by the way. But again, that's the people we looked at. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's fault, Sarah Zachary's fault, perhaps, Dave Hall's faults, workplace issues. Some of them will end up, and you will hear the witnesses in this case, many of them have brought civil lawsuits. And you'll hear that, in those civil lawsuits, they're presenting evidence to try to meet a burden, not a criminal beyond a reasonable doubt homicide trial burden, but they're going to try to prove their cases in civil courts. And that's where faults and accidents are at worst 99% worked out. Not here. But you'll hear these members of the Rust crew come in here. They'll try to make sense of this for you. Some of them have sued. Some of them are in grief. Some of them are in grief and have sued. And part of this grief they feel, that everybody feels, is understandable. And what they will do is they will tell you, if only we had had a second armorer. One of them will say, if only Dave Halls had checked better. If only the camera hadn't been right there and Ms. Hutchins wasn't leaning over the camera. If only I myself did this. If only Alec did that. This is natural, their testimony. It's part of the human condition. It's part of grief.
Objection, Your Honor.
None of them knew.
Yes.
Third objection. I just want to see what that was about.
Part of grief.
Objection, Your Honor.
And what they will do is they will tell you, if only we had had a second armorer. One of them will say, if only Dave Halls had checked better. If only the camera hadn't been right there and Ms. Hutchins wasn't leaning over the camera. If only I myself did this. If only Alec did that. This is natural, their testimony. It's part of the human condition. It's part of grief.
Objection, Your Honor.
None of.
So I think what they're objecting to is he's basically he's usurping the prosecution. In other words, he's saying, this is what they are going to tell you. This is their case. Well, let the prosecution present their case. Don't present the case in your own words of what the prosecution is going to be, and then he should be presenting defense case. The prosecution. This is the opening arguments. He should be presenting the defense case, and the prosecution should be presenting the prosecution case. Not. Can you imagine if the prosecution presented the prosecution's case and what they think the defense case is going to be, and then unbundling that in the opening arguments, and then the defense did that as well? Present your opening freaking statements, and the other side then present opening statements. Like I say, he's repeatedly trying to get first bite at the cherry, like we have the narrative on this, and take my word for it.
Them.
Thanks, Hazel.
Yes.
Christine Webb, thanks very much. I appreciate it. You really get the sense that he is pushing the limits, isn't he? In what he's doing is really going right up to the line and then perhaps crossing it.
As I was saying, the witnesses in their grief, will look for reasons to try to make sense of this tragedy. But again, none of them knew or should have known about the lethal bullet either. No one had any idea that it was on that set or in that gun. In that world, they were all in it together. And you will hear.
So just a reminder, he talks about one live round. There were actually 6, could be even 7, 6 live rounds found on that set. 6. And one of them was in Baldwin, another one was in Baldwin's bandolier. So if Helena hadn't been killed that day, there were 6 live rounds floating on that set. It's a cowboy movie set, so it's not like that scene in the church was the final scene. There were lots of scenes. There's even a scene where Jensen Ackles holds a gun to a kid's head, I think, in the movie. So there's a very real chance that if somehow miraculously whatever was fateful that particular day, the 21st of October, someone else could have been shot, especially if you're going to be pulling the trigger whenever you want to. If there's 6 live rounds on set, that's what they were able to find. I mean, a lot of evidence was taken off the set. God knows how many live rounds were actually on the set. Well, then, if you think about if Helena wasn't killed that day, possibly someone else would have been.
Hear that none of this other stuff has anything to do with those 2 critical questions we started with. Why there was a live bullet on set, why the armorer placed it in the gun, and of course...
So, yeah, I mean, one theory is that Hannah took Alec Baldwin's gun and was playing with it, as in she would go after, or she obviously had access to it, and would, I'm saying this is a theory, would go and extramurally shoot with live rounds. Now, I don't know if that was ever proved. I think someone in a hotel room mentioned that, but it's certainly not something that was ever, that aspect has never been conclusively, legally proven. But that's one theory.
Why the head of safety failed to detect it. None of it speaks to whether Alec knew or should have known those things. He didn't. No one on that set did. It was not foreseeable. You will hear that word from the witnesses and from eventually the instructions. Foreseeable. This was anything other than foreseeable. And they must prove beyond any and all reasonable doubt that this was foreseeable. Total indifference to human life, that death might occur. He's an actor. He's an actor. But here we are at a homicide trial. And so they will pull witnesses, and witnesses will be cross-examined. They will push themselves to the edge of truth and beyond. You know, these things about, Alec didn't notice this or Alec didn't notice that. I want to make sure that you're clear on something that the evidence will show. He had been filming on that set for a handful of days. The evidence will show he had just gotten there. It's not as if he had been there for months and months and noticed things and failed things, and he had just gotten there. You don't notice every little thing when you start at a new place and when you're in the character of Harlan Rust. But they will push forward and they will have gaps in the evidence as well.
Thanks, Joe.
Don't expect you to be hearing and for them to call the first AD head of safety. I don't know if you'll be hearing from the lead detective, Cannell, who investigated this case, the lead detective, or the sergeant that supervised him, Sergeant Zook. I don't think you'll hear from Mr. Schilling, who was the lead investigator for the prosecutors. And so as you hear this, you jurors can assess about that gap of evidence. And there's one thing that I can tell you you will not hear also. You will not hear from an actor or an expert in acting. And so they will play the videotapes of Alec Baldwin, the actor, acting. They will show you perhaps over and over again him in shooting scenes. Bad Alec shooting a gun the wrong way in a movie scene. They will try to get you to picture that and forget that this was a movie set in the first place. And you will see actors in a Western acting. And your mind might go to your favorite gun scene in your favorite movie. You may picture actors and actresses doing exactly what you see here. The other actors in Rust doing the same thing that Mr. Baldwin was doing.
So do you agree with that? That exactly what his is it typology, the way he's not sure if that's the word that I'm looking for. Yeah, typology.
Typology.
Basically, the way that he is classifying this, right? So, in the sense of, do you agree that he's saying this movie set was no different to any other movie set? This movie was no different to any other movie. This actor is no different to any other actor. The crew on this film was no different to any. It was just bad luck, right? He's actually throwing in multiple arguments here. He's saying the crew were defective. No, it was just kind of a random thing. At the same time, do you think that that's true? Because what I remember when I covered this in sort of real time in 2021, right? Some time ago, but I remember very clearly that the whole thing was being rushed. Hannah felt that she was being rushed around. She was asking, "Can I get a cart?" She was literally running around with guns, flying around. Her fanny pack jumping around as well, and so much so that we joked that this should be called rush, not rust. That was just one aspect. Are all movies kind of rushed in this sense? Are all movies so low budget that you have an armorer and doubling as a prop master, and you hire someone who's, how old was she? 24 years old. 24 years old and had worked on one other movie. Were they trying to cut corners financially? Well, that's where the producer aspect comes in, I feel. And one of the big things that the crew that walked off Rust were complaining about, the 6 members of the first camera crew, was that they were saying one safety aspect was that they were having to drive all the way from Albuquerque, and I've driven from Albuquerque to Santa Fe, not the actual city of Albuquerque, but on the highway, the same highway between Albuquerque and Santa Fe. It's a long drive. It's a very long straight road. Santa Fe is like right there, right next to the set. Albuquerque was a long way away. The crew, for reasons unknown, maybe because the accommodation that they found for them was cheaper in Albuquerque, they were expected to drive, get up early, drive whatever it is, almost an hour to the set at Santa Fe, work the whole day, and then drive the whole way back. So it was basically adding another 2 hours or so of non-rest time to the crew. And that people were saying people were so exhausted, so tired, they were actually falling asleep while driving. And someone said, I think that they felt like they needed to sleep in their cars because it was just. And so all of these, is that normal on every movie set? I don't think this movie set was very typical, but I especially think Alec Baldwin is not a typical actor. I don't think he's a typical producer. I don't think he's typical. I think the most atypical aspect was Baldwin himself, but also if you look at the unprofessional way the arms were actually stored, just in general, was very untidy, very chaotic. But the whole set was chaotic.
But when you come back
Another thing that really stood out to me was the age difference of the crew. You had some, what seemed to me, pretty aged folks, people who certainly aren't young, Dave Halls and other people. And then you had extremely young people. You didn't have a middle ground of 40-somethings and 50-somethings. You kind of had pretty senior people, and then you had extremely junior people. Young very young people who were quite inexperienced, and then much older people who were very experienced. Dave Hall's actually worked on The Matrix Reloaded. Is that normal on sets that you have this kind of age discrepancy as well? I don't know. I'm not a Hollywood veteran, so I couldn't really say.
From that moment, remember, this is a homicide trial. And you will see soon that the reason they play those videos of him over and over is because they don't have any evidence of actual homicide. And you will learn the truth. Not a day goes by when we don't wish Alec had saved your life. But never, the witnesses will tell you, in the history, is something that an actor has done. Intercepted a live bullet from a prop gun. No actor in history. No one could have imagined or expected an actor to do that. So just remember that truth. So when they cry out justice, justice is truth. This was an unspeakable tragedy.
So that is another thing that I think is tricksy from the defense. He keeps using the word homicide. Now, homicide doesn't necessarily mean murder. It can mean murder. Homicide is the unlawful killing of someone, which this is, but it's not strictly speaking the way you would think about it, homicide. It's manslaughter, right? But most people mistakenly would think that homicide means murder. And it often does. But in this case, it's not murder. But to me, it's just, when I covered this case, I would never bring up the word homicide. So I think that's just another example of mindfuckery that's going on here.
Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What we're going to do now is we're going to take our morning bathroom break. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And follow what Mr. Bing tells you to do. And we'll see you back here about 20th. All right, thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so I want to get your feedback on, in terms of the respective arguments. Whose argument do you think was better? Why? I must say I've been pretty surprised. I've definitely been pretty surprised. So let's hear it from you guys. Give Alex Spiro a rating out of 10, and then Erlinda Johnson also rating out of 10, and let's hear what you guys say. But let's start it off by just saying whose opening did you think was more effective? Just that, without going into more detail. Whose opening was to you more effective? The prosecutor's opening, Erlinda Johnson, or Auntie Reese says I missed the prosecution argument. So I want to just give you guys a chance to answer, and then I'll share what I think. What did you guys think of Erlinda's argument? What did you guys think of Alex Spiro's? And if you say the one was better than the other, why? Why do you say that? Karen says I preferred the defense argument. Nate in Southern California says came in late, missed the prosecution. Christine says Erlinda. Why do you say that? Songbird, as far as winning a case, the defense.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much.
Elsu says the prosecutor. So it's quite a mixed bag. Again, I'm pretty concerned about a hung jury here. I think a hung jury is a possibility again. Earth says, I think the state were good, but the defense held the court better. Okay. Chelsea says, I got you too late to answer. Songbird says, the defense so far because he introduced many narratives. I think that's a strength as well as a weakness, but you don't really know what the jury, how educated they are in terms of the law. Mel says, I thought the defense did better. Christine says, I give Erlinda. Okay. Catherine says, prosecution is on top of this, 8 out of 10. Charles says they haven't had a chance to argue yet because the defense is trying the case in his opening statement. Mr. Apetorso says defense got a big one up with keeping the producer stuff out, definitely. Might tip the scales in their favor before the trial even started, definitely. Okay, so thanks a lot for your feedback. My feeling is, and I might be biased, but just on the general optics and just on things like timekeeping, I felt like the prosecution's opening was concise, disciplined, factual, and nevertheless personable and kind of sensitive. I thought it was eloquent. I thought it was very well done. I thought the first 10 to 20 minutes of the defense was strong, maybe even stronger than the prosecution. But then I thought he basically just started, I don't know, it seemed chaotic. It seemed to go in lots of different directions. It seemed not very disciplined. That was my perception. So although he started off very well, I felt like he squandered it by going on for too long. That's just my view. I mean, I stopped paying attention at a certain point. He went down some kind of alleyways that I thought were unnecessary. The whole romanticizing Hollywood and trying to make it, don't you love movies and movie magic? And let's talk about Superman and other movies. Totally not on kind of spec on, like he's like deviating. I think the fact that the prosecution had to object 3-4 times, I personally think that is counts against the defense. I don't know. We'll see whether that does happen. I think the fact that the defense would do that, maybe to elicit a response, is almost perhaps trying to get a situation where you do create bias, where you say, Alec Baldwin is this decent, great guy, and he's a powerful guy, and we should respect him. And then the prosecutions are sort of people we don't really know, and look how nitpicky they are. And so I wonder whether that's not really intentional as well. I must say, I was quite surprised at how, I don't know what the word is, it's not unprofessional, but just mischievous, I guess the defense was. Like, I wasn't convinced with the merits of his argument. I thought there was some clever little things in there, but I didn't find it intellectually very, very strong. That's just my sense. Whereas I thought the prosecution's argument was quite clever, concise, factual, legal, well done. So I'd probably give the prosecution 9 out of 10, which is, I think, the highest I've ever given, and I'd give the defense 7. I thought the defense were very good with using, because it's something that courtrooms need to do more often, is make use of body cam and video and so on. I think he did very well doing that. I think the prosecution could have maybe played just him drawing the gun and then perhaps showing the finger on the trigger. That, I think, temporarily gave the defense a kind of false momentum in a way, by them, bringing that in, by them introducing it. It almost is like you have a superior claim to whatever agency or your argument, right? Okay, so let's go back to what's happening right now. Let's have a look at some of your comments. Christine says the defense did not have an edge. There's a bit of a mixed bag. Some of you prefer the defense here. Hamilton Art says the girls did a good job. Lynn says it was a hopeless prosecution. They have no case. Okay. Tactics are at play. I must say, I thought the beginning of the prosecution was very, very, those first opening words were very strong. Now, do you guys remember in the pre-trial motions that the judge said, you're not going to stand at the podium and object. You're going to come up. And the reason is, I think, exactly what you've seen in the opening statement. It's to prevent this pageantry and this whole performance, like this whole performance in front of a jury. It's to kind of take that out of the mechanism and the gears of the trial, so that it becomes more of a dry, argue the evidence and not make it into a spectacle thing. And it does seem already that the Baldwin's defense want to make it into a spectacle, be dramatic, be indignant, be sort of sensational, right? Okay, let's hear from Carrie. Who will be the first witness? No, testimony will start today. Good point. Good point. I feel exactly the same. That's what a great comment. I wish I could give you a super chat. I wish I could give you a super chat for that comment. Great comment. I also really like Carrie Morrissey. I really do like her. I like how she's got a little bit of a sense of humor. She doesn't allow herself to be effed around. I also love the way she takes off her glasses and points with her glasses. I like the way that she's systematic. I like the way that she's sensible. I know I've seen some people say they really don't like her. I really do like her. Okay, well, let's get going. There's some beautiful women in this courtroom, dare I say it. I don't know what you guys think about Alex Spiro. Is he, do you guys find him hard to disagree with because he comes across polished and good looking? What do you guys say about that?
Under penalty of law. Yes. All right, have a seat. Talk into the microphone. Sure. Rules and votes.
I'm sorry? With regard to the invocation of the rule, our case agent is in the room. We just wanted to put that on the record.
The prosecutor indicated that they'd be calling the case agent early in the case. So given that, I did not continue my objection that I had earlier to her being present. Thank you.
Case agents allowed in.
Sir, state your name and spell your last name for the court record, please.
My name is Nicholas LaFleur. My last name is spelled Lefleur.
And how are you currently employed?
The City of Santa Fe Police Department.
And what do you do there?
Police officer.
How long have you been employed at the city of Santa Fe?
2 years.
Can everyone hear Officer LaFleur? Okay. And prior to working for the Santa Fe Police Department, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work?
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long did you work at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
About 2 years.
And were you on duty on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Did you receive a dispatch call?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you received and what you did?
A call came in that there was someone shot at a movie set. Unclear who shot, how many were shot. I happened to be the closest person to the call and arrived on scene first.
So when you arrived on scene, when you say first, were there other law enforcement officers there?
No, not at the time when I got there.
Were there any other first responders present?
There was some fire personnel and what they called the scene medic for the movie set, I guess.
You said a scene medic?
Yeah.
Okay. So
scene medic is the part of the crew, essentially. It's someone who was part of the set. That's different to EMS that came from outside in, right? So there was already someone, part of the crew, who basically started rendering aid to Helena.
when you, let me ask you, when you receive a call for a shooting, what's your primary concern?
Priority life.
And what do you
And to
mean when
make
you say priority life?
Make sure whoever needs help gets help and that the threat is stopped.
And when you arrived on the scene, and where was it?
Bonanza Creek movie set, I guess. It's quite a ways off the interstate.
Okay. And what county and state is that in?
Santa Fe County, state of Mexico.
Okay. So when you arrived there, give us an idea of what you saw. What was going on?
It was a big, old, like cowboy western theme, like city or a town. There's a bunch of people running everywhere, bunch of cars, bunch of people pointing. When I got there, people were pointing towards a church, and I got out. I attempted to grab my medical bag and went in and saw.
Hang on, I'm gonna stop you there. Approximately how many people were there on scene?
I don't have the direct number, but there was more than 100 people.
Have you ever been called to a shooting where there were 100 people already on scene?
No.
Did that present any specific challenges for you?
Yes.
It's
So again, yeah, look at Baldwin's demeanor. He's sort of looking down. It's almost like he's falling asleep. Now, I can again, when this witness is cross-examined, you're going to see him. Wow, this is really interesting. Wow, I'm really paying attention now, right? All of it's part of that kind of orchestrated, choreographed mindfuckery. You know, it's not just I'm sitting here. You know, it's all it's all strategy.
Explain to us what those challenges were.
Just there's a lot of moving parts. You just got to take it one piece at a time. See who's hurt. make sure that one, that nobody's continually getting hurt, and then two, the person who's hurt, medical attention is being given to them, and then go from there.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene that day, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes.
The state moves for the admission of State's Exhibit 4.
No further objections, Your Honor.
Am I,
Are you,
I want to just make sure I'm connected. I'm ready to play it. Permission to publish?
was you gonna recognize it first, or are you satisfied with the foundation?
Yes, Your Honor, we've consented to both lapel videos
All right,
today.
that's fine. Okay. So you may publish, this is, States 1?
4.
States 4.
How do I get the monitors to come on?
Brian's going to do it.
Okay.
You know how to do it? Go ahead, do it.
There were also problems during the Hannah's trial, kind of technical issues. We'll see if there are any this time around.
All right.
Yeah, it is. It is a game, unfortunately. And
Are your monitors on? Yes.
This one's not.
We'll turn it on.
It's on, but it's green light.
Green light's on.
Let me go get the adapter.
Well, can he redo it from here while he's looking? Or do you want?
Sure, if the monitor won't just come on?
will just come on.
He's got to get the adapter. Go get the adapter.
Okay. Officer LaFleur, do you want to turn around and just look at the monitor on the wall behind you?
It doesn't matter, man.
Okay, let's do that.
You got your tourniquet? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. Stupid new truck. Are we inside with the BVMs?
Officer LaFleur, tell us what's going on in the video right now.
I'm looking for my other medic bag. I handed the individual a trauma pack for shooting, and I'm attempting to open one of the storage boxes in the back of the truck.
Who was the individual that you handed something to?
I believe it was a fire personnel that I followed in, a volunteer firefighter maybe.
And I thought I heard the word, is it BVM?
It's for CPR. It's a bag valve mask.
Bag valve mask.
BVM.
Okay, thank you.
so I'm obviously stating the obvious here, but a woman's life is literally on the line here. You know, if they can work quickly enough, if they can, she actually died of exsanguination. She died of loss of blood. If they could have stopped that loss of blood, which is difficult because it went through her lung, it went through one side of her body under her armpit, came out the other side. So there's a lot of damage to the inside of her body. And they obviously don't have any idea what they are being faced with. But basically, they're really up against the clock. If they can move fast enough, there is a chance that they could potentially save her life. So I don't actually want to show this. I just think it's not something I want to show.
We need where you at? A seal. You have a seal? A seal? A seal.
And I think law and crime aren't showing it either. So.
I got a sterile glove and a vacuum gloves. Okay.
Are you going to look there?
It's over there? Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't think it's appropriate to see her in distress.
She came in here and went across her chest. And came back and went into You want air flight? Yeah, we all went in route. Okay.
And what are you talking about there when you say air flight?
Helicopter that's designed to transport people that need advanced treatment faster than an ambulance. It's a helicopter that air paramedics basically.
Did you call for the helicopter or did someone else do that? Do you know?
That individual said that they had already called one, but I called one for as well.
You called also?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you feel that it was necessary to have a helicopter arrive?
Someone who was shot across the chest. We're quite a ways out for an ambulance in reference to where the hospital is. So.
And when you say you were quite a ways out, how far away is Bonanza Creek?
From the hospital,
Sure.
Running lights and sirens, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or more.
Okay.
Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach, requesting air flight.
Well, the male wasn't shot in the chest, he was shot in the shoulder. There's Dave Halls.
Requesting air flight.
I heard you there say male shot in the stomach. Is that what you said?
I'm not sure. I didn't really hear it.
Well, as you sit here today, do you recall where the other person was shot?
Somewhere in the chest
Okay,
or shoulder area.
Shoulder.
thank you.
GPS?
It's okay.
I got you right here. 2432, how many people you have seen there? 32, I got just Santa Fe medics.
In your video, sir, can you identify who the set medic is?
It's a little blurry, but I believe it's this lady, right? The one that's bent over with their blondish brown hair.
Is the monitor working now?
Yeah.
Yes. My job.
This monitor is working now.
Oh, it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how to touch it to put it? There you go. Thank you. I appreciate you. You can go ahead and remove that.
Oh, I don't know how to move it.
Can you show them how to remove it?
Push on the menu button. And then there's a clear view.
Okay.
And if it's in the way, just push menu.
Do you know who these other people are that are in the room?
No, I know that that person, and somebody over here, the battalion chief, they were wearing Santa Fe medic, county fire medic shirts. So, and they came in the vehicle in front of me.
You don't know who the other people are that are in the room?
I know the other person shot, and then Elena Hutchins, or I maybe misspelled her name or pronounced it, and then the other assistant director, and that's about it.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was a truck pulling in ahead of you.
It was a volunteer firefighter truck.
So did the first responders that we see here in this scene, did they arrive about the same time you did?
Yes.
22 Santa Fe both, approximately 140 pounds, elderly male and young female.
And yet Joel Souza crying out in pain. Yeah.
You want a BBM?
Alina actually said that I can't feel my legs. She said that quite early on. I must say, what is so...
Officer LaFleur, tell us what you're doing now and why.
I looked over and seen that they were getting the oxygen tank out. Noticed that they were using on a bag valve mask, which was more appropriate for that situation than the one that goes around their face. I'm just helping them, doing as much as I can to help.
So give us a little bit more information. What causes you to believe that the bag valve mask is...
Yeah.
If the oxygen were run out or they had to use manual breaths, they could use the bag. The other one is just something that's over their face.
Okay. And what made you think that the bag valve mask was more appropriate?
Nothing really. I just believe that's more, I don't know.
Officer LaFleur, are you trained in life-saving measures?
To an extent, yes.
Okay. Was it anything about your training that caused you to think that that would be more appropriate?
It's just what we've been trained with versus the one that was already on her.
Okay.
Gabby, can you just make sure nobody else comes in?
Yeah, we got air.
Do you have ears, ma'am? Your stethoscope? Yes, they're in that bag. Right there at the top. Purple? Nope, at the top. Helena.
Is anybody allowed to go with her in the helicopter? No.
Helena, deep breath. Deep breath, Helena. There you go. Deep breath, Helena. Deep breath.
Be okay. Good girl.
Got about 4 people over her trying to help her. One of them is Serge Slipnoy.
Entrance is here. Exit back here.
Alec Baldwin is just like putting his hand over his forehead.
Something for pressure. I think a big one.
This one?
No. Outside, you have
Do you got a stretcher?
Not me here, no.
Okay. Let me help you get the stretcher. Stretcher.
What are you doing now?
Just trying to stay busy, help clear the way for the stretcher. The ambulance is here.
Thank you.
Here's priority number 1. Okay. Let's start clearing all this out of this. We'll get everything in here and get it out. All right, so we got air flight en route.
Not for me here. We can get to Helena?
This is Helena Hutchinson. Okay. So I got the air. Thank you. You get all that up? I'm not behind you good. right, so we're gonna need to get her going right away. Rocky Top.
Officer LaFleur, have additional first responders now arrived?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of who's on set assisting now?
So it looks like more paramedics have arrived, and Lieutenant Benavides is right there.
Okay, and do you mean this gentleman here?
Yes, ma'am.
That my cursor's on? And who was Lieutenant Benavides?
He was our day shift lieutenant at the time.
Was he a supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
We got it through and through on her. We went through and through on her, through the chest, and then you got one in the arm over there.
Everybody stop what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everybody stop.
Whose voice is that we're hearing?
Lieutenant Benavides.
So, despite what the defense lawyers said in his closing, the police arrive there and instantly they say, this is a crime scene. Everyone who's not supposed to be out. What did the defense lawyer say at the end? It's an accident. That's what she said on the 911 call. She's not qualified to know whether it's a crime scene or not. Yeah, you've got an officer who arrives, instantly he says, this is a crime scene, and then they put crime scene tape around the whole area. So what is definitely heartbreaking about the footage that I don't want you guys to see is you see Helena, she's still alive. She's moving. She can feel what's happening to her. She can sense what's going on around her. She can talk, although not without difficulty. Bear in mind, a bullet has gone through her one lung. So she's starting to have difficulty breathing, but she's still conscious. And she's going to be conscious for another 90 minutes to 2 hours. And that is really what makes it so really agonizing, is that the amount of suffering that she went through. She wasn't just shot and then it's over. She had a very unhappy, extended, terrible exit that was totally unnecessary. She must have been really frightened and I don't know, just shocked and all the other things, traumatized by all of this. And this is why it's so important, when you realize what she went through, you've kind of got to say, why? Why did this happen? Why? How can, in a way, part of this trial is what can one learn from this to prevent this kind of thing from happening again? Now, I don't know about you, but Baldwin doesn't seem moved. He doesn't seem emotional. Yeah.
All right, we got some stairs, guys. Go stairs on the first step.
So what is your understanding about where Ms. Hutchins is being taken now?
Into the back of the ambulance.
And can you explain why is she going into the back of an ambulance rather than the helicopter?
The helicopter hasn't arrived yet. And my understanding is that They have additional medicines and equipment and measures they can take inside of an ambulance.
All right, thank you.
Disconnect there. You got it? Hey, take over that. You guys want to see Vincent? 32 Santa Fe, what's ETA on the bird?
What did you just say?
I asked them ETA on the helicopter,
And who are you speaking to?
Santa Fe dispatch.
Do you recall how they responded?
It's been a minute since I watched this video, so.
All right.
Oh, we got the bird right here.
You can hear it.
Is the helicopter now arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though
What are you doing now?
even though the helicopter arrived, they couldn't actually sort of just take her to the helicopter because they were struggling to stop the blood loss.
Appears I'm grabbing crime scene tape.
Why are you grabbing crime scene tape?
To start the crime scene. I don't know if anybody had told me to grab the tape yet, but I knew we needed to start one. So.
You felt that you needed to put up crime scene tape.
Yes, ma'am.
Quite a awkward body language there from Baldwin. You didn't like that.
Or somebody may have asked for it.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Or somebody may have asked me for it. I'm just not too sure.
Okay. And what's crime scene tape used for?
To mark the perimeter or the inner perimeter of essentially what a crime scene which they want to tape off and only allow certain people in and out.
Okay. And was that an issue in this scene?
The crime scene?
Well, cordoning off the crime scene, was that an issue here?
Yeah, it was a unique situation because of the.
Yeah, I must say, I don't know what's bothering me about him. He seems either very intimidated or he seems very uninvested. He seems, I don't know if he comes across as nonchalant. I don't think he is nonchalant, but he seems kind of disinterested in a way. Maybe he is intimidated. There's a whole bunch of people in front of him, and including Alec Baldwin. And maybe he doesn't really want to be there, but it certainly doesn't. He doesn't come across as a very strong witness, does he?
You can't really tie crime scene tape to nothing. So I think in one point they actually used our patrol units as to tie the tape around and go to the next one.
And why is it important to cordon that off?
Just for evidence purposes. Allow only certain people in and out because at this point we didn't know what was going on. So.
And were there people in that area that were not first responders?
Yes.
Approximately how many, if you recall?
I don't know. Couldn't give you a number really. There was just a lot of people on the outside that I hadn't seen originally inside the church. So.
Okay, and did you know who those people were?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, they are tying the crime scene tape. Also across the door.
see this person here in the gray shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a first responder?
No.
So when the crime scene tape goes up, what happens to that person?
I can't recall. I
Well-
haven't watched the video yet.
Hypothetically, is that person allowed to stay inside the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Who are the people that are allowed to stay inside the tape?
Medical and for first responders.
Okay.
Law enforcement. Now, I don't think it's his first time in court. I think he did testify. I feel like I recognize him from the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial. Not his first time.
What do you need, Chief? I'm radio in for my
This was in the middle of a shot, and I have live ordnance on the ceiling up there. It's safe.
Okay.
But it is here, right above here.
Okay.
Right there, that's...
Okay.
And if you get to the point where you say you want me to move,
All right.
all my guys...
Okay.
Where's the bird?
It's right here. Okay.
Yeah, for me.
What are you doing now?
I talked with the paramedics inside the ambulance, and they asked me where the helicopter was. I told them it was landing, and he asked them to bring the paramedics to them.
So you're bringing the paramedic from the helicopter to the ambulance?
Yes.
All right.
We got approximately 23-year-old female in the back of the ambulance right now. Gunshot underneath the right arm. Went through all the way to the back left. Can you carry this back, please, sir? I got it. You got it? This one's priority.
It seems law and crime are also trying to just respect the privacy of the victim. No, it's nowhere near the same jurisdiction. This is in New Mexico. The Reed trial was in Boston, Massachusetts, up north.
They're not sure whether they're IOs or not.
Here, grab the IOs up.
Can you open your eyes for me? Yep. I'll have to work on the IO. I'm going to come around. Yeah, that's it. Here, if I can just have you guys just step over there for us, okay? Can I have you guys get over there for us? We're going to have to gather everybody up, get everybody's names, everybody who's on scene, okay?
What are you doing now?
Just trying to think what's next. I think I'm putting one of the pilot's headgear inside the ambulance on the other side of the door.
Why are you telling those people to move?
Just to start to gather people up because they're just standing around the church where the said incident happened.
Why didn't you do that when you initially got there?
Just went in and made sure that medical that people were receiving medical treatment, and then slowly go with the flow, see what it could do next.
No, I saw him in the
Hey,
Hannah Gutierrez
are you
Reed
trained
trial.
to-
That's a different read.
Take action to save lives before moving witnesses around?
Yes, ma'am.
How's it going, sir? I believe you guys will be taking this one.
In the bird then? Did she go in the bird?
No, not yet. They did an IVs, get an IO, and then they're gonna take in the bird.
They're coming out like it's out.
They're moving it from this one?
Yeah.
A couple of them still.
Bringing Joel out.
And whose jack is that? Joel's. Okay.
He's got his phone. Hey, be careful, it is bloody.
Okay.
He's got his phone, it's got his other stuff in it.
Okay, well, we're gonna just keep it here. So, he was.
His phone?
Officer LaFleur, this woman who's speaking right now, she's not a police officer, right?
No.
Was she employed with the fire department?
No, she was their set medic, I'm guessing.
When you say set medic, do you mean she's the medic on the movie set?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he was wearing it. Well, where's his phone at?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea why movie sets would have medical personnel on
Great question.
scene?
It's probably for safety reasons. Someone closer than the paramedics or fire department.
For safety reasons?
Yeah.
Phone.
Anybody have Joel's phone? Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. I just need your IDs, and then have you guys step outside and wait for the investigators to get here. Okay? Okay, cool.
Any idea who these guys are?
Just more people involved with the movie set.
Movie set employees?
Yeah.
Is that your impression?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's the props guy? Who's in charge of props?
She has green and purple hair. You can't miss her.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was here when it happened.
You were here when it happened? Who else was here when it happened?
The camera operator.
How many people you think were in here when it happened?
3, maybe 4.
4?
Maybe.
So
No way. It's just 3
Reed,
times
as soon as
that.
I see
that
him,
many.
Reed, camera operator. Reed, yes, sir.
Okay, who else?
Reed Russell was here. Alec Baldwin was the actor on set that pulled the trigger.
Alec Baldwin?
Yes, sir.
Where's he at?
Good. Baldwin won't be too happy with that comment.
Help me find him?
Yes, sir. Right there on the cell phone with the cowboy hat.
Okay.
So now we're about to see Baldwin while all of this is happening. He's not standing there, he's on his phone. Look, there he is.
How's it going, sir? So my understanding, you were in the room when someone was shot?
The gun, yeah.
Okay, alrighty.
What do you need?
Well, I know your name, so it's
Pursuant to the stipulation, I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead. Very good. I want to make sure this is the right part. Okay.
Let me get with my lieutenant and see where we want you to hang out, okay?
Whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir. All right, give me just a second.
Baldwin looks pissed off, doesn't he?
So apparently I
Over
was
here.
not given the appropriate reaction. You want me to jump ahead 5 seconds now? What? I need to know what to do, or I just press play. What do I do?
So that's quite an interesting moment. Is she's kind of Carrie Morris is basically saying you didn't want me to play this or that, and she's making it explicit, right? She's basically saying, making it obvious to the jury that the defense wanted that piece excluded and that one. Pretty interesting little move there. The defense aren't being particularly helpful, are they?
Don't want to pull the trigger. You want me to have him sit tight or?
Yeah, you're gonna have to sit tight.
Sit tight in the
I
unit.
have the armor in here. This is all their stuff. I have the gun used is in there.
And I got the 2 people that were in the room.
Okay.
You want me to have Alec Baldwin take a seat in the back of my unit or?
No, we know where he's at. We know who he is.
Yeah.
We just need to say, is he in a trailer?
No, he's right there in the gray and black.
Okay. All right. So try to keep him away from everybody.
Okay.
Have him talk to anybody.
Okay. I can just have him sit. I can sit with him in my unit.
That's fine.
Okay.
Why would it be necessary to keep Alec Baldwin away from everybody? Why would that be necessary? Why would a cop say, keep that guy away from everyone? Why? I mean, it's what would the point be of that? And then the other thing is, did they keep him away from everybody? If they said to him, you need to stay away from don't talk to anyone else, did he not? So, that's quite an interesting point. Like on a movie set, these are the rules. Now in a crime scene, these are the rules. You need to be separated from everyone and don't talk to other people. Was he separated and did he not talk to other people? What do you think?
Okay.
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, what's your intention?
I was going to go back to where Mr. Baldwin was and then escort him to my unit. When I got there, I realized my unit is over here being used as a post for the crime scene.
So what did you do when you realized that?
Just had him sit where he was and had everybody just hang out there. Started writing down people.
It's kind of unfortunate. It seems like he wanted to, I think, bring his unit closer or something, or use his unit, and then he didn't because it was now used to anchor the crime scene tape. Otherwise, Baldwin would have been sitting in his unit. Now Baldwin is sitting with everybody else, and he just seems like everybody else. Is he just like everybody else?
Those names.
Okay.
So he's already talking to the people around him about exactly what's happened. I don't know for sure, but I don't think this dude with the mask on is a cop. I said that under correction now.
What are these people doing?
Seems like they're talking about what happened.
Now, as a law enforcement officer, is that something that concerns you?
Yes.
And why? Why does that concern you?
They could be, one person could be telling them what they saw and mess up what they have to say what they saw. So it could essentially
Contaminate.
coerce testimony, I guess. People would say the same thing because the other person said it rather than saying their own opinion or own view of what they saw.
Okay.
So what's got to be quite unnerving for this witness is when he looks at the prosecutor, guess who's looking back at him right over her shoulder. Now, I just want to make this personal. Imagine if you had to testify in a trial, and Alec Baldwin was sitting there. Would you have any heebie-jeebies? If Alec Baldwin was eyeballing you while you were giving testimony, would you have any heebie-jeebies? I would.
Mr. Baldwin, who's the director on scene?
The guy that was shot at his shoulder.
The guy that was shot? Okay.
Where is he now? I think he's in the ambulance.
Do you guys have a production car? Or?
There's an AD. His name is Dave. I'm waiting for you right now. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything that he's
Well, my lieutenant just wants you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody. So I was
right here.
So here he's told to stay away from everyone and not talk to anyone, right? Yeah, he's told that. Do you think he's going to do that?
Can we wait right here and have everybody step back, or we can wait in the back of patrolling, but I prefer to not put you there, okay?
He's kind of saying, okay, well, you can stay where you are. Everyone else needs to stay away from you, right?
You want something? You want water or something now? I want to find props to get a cigarette.
So, why did you let Mr. Baldwin sit there instead of putting him in some vehicle and separating him from the other witnesses?
Like I said, my unit was clear across being used as a post, and just because I didn't know what we had right there, came to maintain cooperation with people involved.
Well, it sounds like you gave him an option. You let him choose, is that right?
Yeah, he wanted to stay right there, and I figured if I could keep him there, I didn't see a big problem with it until later on when people were talking and whatnot.
And did you give Mr. Baldwin instructions about whether or not he could speak to people?
I did tell him to stop talking.
And did you give instructions to the other witnesses that were around?
I didn't tell them, but I told them that he had to sit there and not talk to nobody.
Okay.
Good point.
I got it. What do you got? You got medium? Normal? Take it.
Sure you don't want a cigar?
For sure. Right, cut.
Yes, sir.
Right, I'm right there. Silver car is Alex's vehicle. If you want to put him in there.
Mr. Baldwin, is that your car?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can wait in there.
You want me to stay here?
We can wait in your car if you want to.
I can't smoke in the car.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can wait. Hang out right here then.
Still gone? They both gone?
Yeah. Well, they're still working on the female. If you haven't seen the helicopter take off, then they're not gone yet.
If you know Officer LaFleur, why hadn't the helicopter taken off yet?
I don't know exactly why, but my guess is they have to stabilize the patient before they can put them in the air.
In the air, okay.
Can I ask a stupid question? You have a gun in your hand, it goes off, somebody in front of you falls to the ground, someone else is screaming, and you go somewhere else, you know, you're smoking a cigarette, you're on your phone, whatever. What sort of question do you think you might ask someone who's been going inside the church? You're not there, you're sitting somewhere else. You were there when it happened, but now time has gone by and you're somewhere else. What do you think you might want to know and what might want to ask based on someone who's come from there and who's been inside the building and whose job is to sort of deal with all of that stuff? Do you think you might have a question for them? And if you did have a question, what would the question be? Like, what would the most obvious question be in the situation, right? It would be, is everyone okay? Is she all right? How is she? What's happening? Right? Does he ask any of those questions? Does he seem concerned? Does he seem worried? Does he seem what's another way of putting that? Is anyone badly hurt? How badly hurt are they? How is Elena? Right? Yeah, I would want to know how she is. Is she okay? Does he ask any of those questions? Now, I don't understand. I would ask that question. You would ask that question. Why doesn't he ask that question? He was right there. It's not like he doesn't know. He was right there. And I mean, he said in the interview, he said, like he's almost writing his own script, or it's in his mind. He said, I thought, did she faint? Okay, you thought, did she faint? Do you still think she fainted? And so if you're wondering what happened to her, couldn't you ask what happened to her? The people that are qualified to tell you are right there. And they're wanting you not to talk to anyone else. So what don't you have any questions? Do you notice that? Do you have any? So I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Don't you have any questions for me? I've got a couple of questions for you. Does he have? He doesn't seem to have anything to say to the officer. He's been talking when the officer arrived. He was speaking quite. He was quite engaged in conversation to someone else, but now he doesn't really seem to have anything to say. He's just looking at the ground. See, and I did say earlier, I said something that seems a bit strange to me is immediately after the thing, he doesn't go to Alina, he doesn't talk to Alina, he doesn't touch Alina, he doesn't do anything in terms of that. He just leaves the church. And you would imagine most people would try and find out what is going on. You wouldn't it wouldn't be in your mind where you go, I mean, you, the person holding the gun, it's just happened right there. You felt the recoil, everything. You wouldn't stand there and kind of go, I wonder what happened, but you wouldn't even say it. It's in your mind. So you're going, instead of doing that, why wouldn't you ascertain that from the person who's right in front of you? She's still alive. She's going to be alive for 2 or 3 hours. Why wouldn't you sort of rush to her and be, are you all right? What's do you know what I'm saying? And that doesn't happen. And then afterwards, outside, there's also not any verbal indication of any kind of concern.
Or are you just standing there?
Just standing with Mr. Baldwin, allowing him to smoke a cigarette, making sure.
And why is it important for you to be standing there?
Essentially, he's detained, not free to leave, so I'm there with him.
Quite a subtle but interesting point. At this point, Baldwin is actually detained, but hold on, isn't he just an actor and it's not a crime scene and it's an accident? So why is he being detained? And so what I'm trying to say is you've got an officer arriving and he knows instantly we are dealing with a crime scene and a potential perpetrator, and he knows it just like that. Doesn't need to know all the little details. The basic situation is quite obvious.
myself there, 6'5", 25.
Right there, he took his radio off, but that's our first AD.
Now, right there?
Talking to.
Guys with white hair.
That sheriff's car with the gray hair kind of in the
Okay.
shirt.
Okay.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, is there an officer over here by now? The electric truck. Great.
Why do you have these two gentlemen standing over there that we can see? What is there something important about them?
The guy in the gray I had him stand over there because he was inside the room when I had first got at the church. And the other guy in the brown apparently was in the church too. So I just wanted everybody who was in the church in one area so we could easily be found.
So you wanted everyone that was in the church in one area.
Yes, ma'am.
And are we looking at that area?
To the left of Baldwin is where the majority of everybody was. Yes.
Okay. And those were the witnesses that were in the church?
From what I was told, yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Baldwin, how many people were in the room when it happened?
Just a crew. You've got some people, a lot of crews outside the inside that building. He'll tell you.
Okay.
He's the one that knows what was going on. He's asking how many people were in the room at the time.
How's it going, sir? Deputy LaFleur.
Well, so what a dodge. Mr. Baldwin, how many, so it's the one question is asked. Mr. Baldwin, how many people were in the church? He'll tell you.
How many people were in the room at the time? 6.
Officer LaFleur, who's this gentleman who's speaking now in the blue jean shirt?
From what I was told, he was on one of the other directors.
6 or 7. I need an answer. I don't know. Okay.
Well, as far as I know, the correct answer is 12, maybe 14 people. So that's like double the number that's been given here. So as far as I understand it, is there anyone else here that followed this from the beginning? Isn't that the number you guys remember? 12 people were in the church?
So I got 1 here, the 2 that were injured, that makes 3, and then these 2 gentlemen, 4, 5. So who would be the other 2? Yeah, I just have more than 6. Okay. Were you in the room? I was at the door. You were at the door? Can I get your ID?
Do you know whether or not the person in the jean shirt was inside the church and witnessed the incident?
I do not know.
Okay, why don't you come on over to the back of the church?
Can I maybe help out with that? I don't know if this is really that authoritative, but a dozen people were inside the movie set church. That's from 3 days ago. I don't know if we can find anything else, but that's quite a lot more than 6. See if I can just get some additional.
3-2 to 2-4. I have 3 8s for request center.
She's really just yelling at everybody and screaming go back to church.
Well, he was inside.
Does it appear to you that Mr. Baldwin is speaking to the other witnesses?
I think he was talking about.
So here's some more information. 3 days ago, Associated Press, a dozen people were inside the church. This is from 3 days ago. A dozen people were inside the church. So yeah, quite a lot of people.
About who would have.
So that's why I say it's a little disingenuous to show the clip of this is Baldwin pulling out the gun and there are just two people in front of him. Wow, were there only three people in the church? Well, you see Baldwin and you see the two guys come in. This is just a movie. There's nothing funny to see here. Well, except if you take the camera up and you swing it around and you show the crew. So now you've actually got a dozen people in this small box with someone pulling out a gun all the time. Now it suddenly achieves a different kind of intensity, doesn't it? It kind of achieves a different kind of danger level, doesn't it?
Who would know who's in the room?
Okay.
I can't really hear it. And then apparently the
good point.
Guy's son was working there as well.
Okay. Is this an ideal way to separate someone from witnesses?
After looking at it, probably not, but that's what happened.
Okay, understood.
You arrived at the door? Do you have an ID on you, sir?
As of right now, her status is questionable. That's why we called the airline. Like, where were you at, sir?
I was right behind him.
Right behind him? Okay.
Yeah, I was right behind him right when it happened.
All right. So just have you guys hang out for me right here. We'll get someone to get your statement in just a second, okay?
And then they cleared the gun outside after on his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay.
So the one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper. They had loads.
Officer LaFleur, does it seem to you right now that they're talking about the incident?
Seems like they're talking about the gun that was used in the incident.
All right.
They were low blanks. They had loads.
So whose fault would you say this is? Is it law enforcement's fault? Like he's told them you need to be separate and you need to not talk to other people. And so if they do, you've told them not to, but if they do, whose fault is it? Now, probably the defense is going to bring this up. You should have told Alec Baldwin not, again and again and again, and I don't know, like cracked a whip or something. Otherwise, obviously, he's going to do whatever he wants to do. Okay. Well, another thing is someone tells you something tells you you're an actor. Your job is to be told what to do. Okay. So don't do this, do that. Well, look at what's happening here. And the right answer is it's kind of double. It's when you a law enforcement officer and you ask someone to do something, you should do it. Equally, the law enforcement officer should probably kind of take charge, right? Obviously, it's a difficult situation because there are a heck of a lot of people on the set. And if you had to say to Baldwin, stop talking to these people, what do you think is going to happen? But I mean, equally, this guy seems like quite an introverted, quiet, reserved guy. Is he the guy that's going to basically take on Alec Baldwin? It's almost like, hi, is not, he doesn't seem like the confrontational type.
Officer, do you know what this conversation is about that we're watching right here?
Something about a shake test. I don't know. Maybe the rounds, dummy rounds, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not too entirely sure.
Do you agree with me that, well, was Mr. Baldwin supposed to be talking about the incident?
No, ma'am.
Does he appear to be doing it anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, me as well, but it's just a choice. She's stable now. You get her.
So you notice he asks a crew dude, what's the situation? It's also kind of a generic vanilla question. It doesn't say how is she, how is Alina, how is the cinematographer, how is Joel, right? It says, what's the situation? It's a very neutral question. And he doesn't ask the officer, he asks the crew member.
Hit or where both of them took it on the shoulder. Hers came out the other shoulder, which is why it's not right. His, the shoulder blade stopped it. So shattered. There's basically a rotting. It's a blank, but because I think it was based on the sound of how much ringing, I think it was a half.
Officer, are they still talking about the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason that you didn't stop them since you told them not to?
I think as time goes on, I tell them to stop.
Oh, he did.
Okay.
So what's definitely valuable here is you've kind of got a precedent. You've kind of got someone telling Baldwin, and this person does have authority in the situation. Don't do this, don't do that. What does Baldwin do? And then you just take that into the movie set. Okay, someone, the armorer say, or somebody else says, okay, this and that. Do you think he's going to do that? Is he the kind of guy who, if you ask him, he will do that? Is he?
Who knows what else is in the room? My other hand.
You were in the room?
Effects crew.
Okay. Can you get your ID, sir?
That's what I said. I think it was more than 6 or 7 guys. I think it was about 8.
So I have to say, as seemingly erratic as this is, as seemingly almost random as this is, it's actually a very effective examination of the witness. You're basically just showing the aftermath, and it's all there. So I am interested to see what the defense is going to do with this.
You see this gentleman over here on the left?
Yes, ma'am.
Any reason to believe he was inside the room at the time?
Yeah, I'm not sure at this point.
Okay.
Yes, he is the first person to testify.
Were you in the room too, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
She was breathing. She had clear lungs. And that needs to be removed. But he potentially got clear breath. It's not stuck here.
Where did it go?
He took it to the right shoulder. His right shoulder blade stopped it, but they're hearing stuff in his head.
And where did she went after that?
Did they take him as he got? As soon as they were allowed to. So they'll stabilize both. And then once the sheriff says you're good to go, they'll let them go.
So she basically they're trying to stabilize her vital signs enough for the flight.
Sure.
And administer any kind of narcotics or anything they need, blood thinners, that may be. Then they'll load her up. And
So do you notice the person who actually knows the most here is this officer? Look at Alec Baldwin. He's not even looking at him. Just like in court, he's not looking at the prosecutor when she does the opening statement. He's not even looking at the officer. He doesn't have any questions for the officer. Well, let's see if he does 30 seconds from now or a minute from now.
in the helicopter, and they'll fly her there. I believe the other ambulance is on the other side, and he seems to be doing better than she was, so they might drive him in an ambulance.
I heard him wave off the other bird, so.
Where did it go? Both
of them took it in the shoulder. him accuse me. I was helping him. I didn't see nothing. I was asking if he was all right. He couldn't hear me.
So I can't quite see, but I imagine Baldwin is on his phone. I mean, he's looking down. I guess we might have confirmation of that in a second. Now, the other people around him are asking questions, trying to find out what happened. Baldwin's kind of on his phone, I think.
Still at St. Vincent's. They're both trauma ones. So.
Thanks for the information. I was curious.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna step away from my wife.
Yeah, no problem.
I got more out.
Officer LaFleur, have more first responders now arrived?
Off to your right, you can see. There it is. Off to your right, you can see more patrol units showing up. This deputy showed up, but this corporal had been there for a minute.
And approximately how long have you now been on scene?
According to my body cam, a little over 25 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, Corporal. I got 7 people there in the room when it happened. All their IDs. So okay.
Get it all brought that down. I'm not sure what the CID put out there.
It's okay.
At that point in time, what was your understanding of how many people were in the room and witnessed it?
I believe I said 7.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that turned out to be true?
I think there was actually more. I wrote all the people who said that they were in the room in my report.
A little bit more,
Hey, sir.
or a lot more?
And I'm just hanging out with him because he's the one who pulled the trigger. So.
Okay. Yeah, he tried. Sorry, I was trying to set things up a while ago, and you're gonna do what you're gonna do. Whatever you gonna do. What are you smoking? You got one on you?
You got a notepad? Ready? All right. Do you have a notepad?
Officer LaFleur, at this point in time, I know he's no longer in the frame, but the gentleman in the blue denim shirt, do you know whether or not he was in the room at the time?
I don't recall if he was in the room or not.
Okay.
I know there was some director or whatnot there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have mine either. Yeah, that's why he started. Yeah, I know. It came off when I was given, trying to pack wounds. Yeah. Okay.
Officer LaFleur, does it look like Mr. Baldwin is speaking to a potential witness?
He just looks like he's talking to the guy who says his name is one of the directors. Yes.
So do you notice when the officer's standing there, Baldwin has got nothing to say. Also, Dave Halls is sort of standing around, sort of almost like idling around. As soon as the officers kind of drifted away, then the next thing, the two of them are sitting next to each other, almost like huddled together, having a conversation.
Okay. Is that what you had in mind when you asked Mr. Baldwin not to speak to anyone?
No,
Do you know what they're talking about?
I couldn't hear what they were talking about. I did hear him ask him what cigarettes he was smoking and if he could have one. So.
So another just simple question. Who actually looks more distressed here? Dave Halls or Alec Baldwin? Was Dave Halls holding the gun? Did Dave Halls shoot Helena? Who's actually looking more distressed?
Careful, he has a bunch of loose cards in there. Oh, geez. All right. Or do you want to just try some things about? No, because I'm going to be writing quite a bit. Everybody was in the room. I mean, I have my phone on me. Yeah. It's all right. I'll just, yeah, all right now.
Do you see the gentleman in the denim shirt gesturing? You want me to back it up?
Yeah, which one? Are we talking about this gentleman?
Yeah.
What do you think that gesture was about? Checking the round, right?
Do you know what he's gesturing?
No, it looks like he picks up his hand. Now that you play it back, it looks like he's shaking his hand.
And had you seen him do that previously?
No, not until just now.
I thought you testified earlier about a shake test.
The gentleman was talking about a shake test,
Okay.
but I had not seen the director do it until reviewing the footage now.
Okay.
My eyes aren't always exactly where the body cam's pointed, so.
Absolutely. When you tell people not to talk about the incident, do you have an expectation that they'll follow your instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it look like they're following your instructions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Officer LaFleur, I'm going to stop the video there. What else did you?
I mean, is it just a very obvious thing? So these are instructions. So what if there's safety instructions? Do you think someone would follow safety instructions which aren't even really verbalized? Do you think if you give someone instructions, they don't follow them, would they tend to follow safety instructions?
Do on scene that day?
I helped essentially just wait with other witnesses, I guess, or people that wanted to give a statement or they needed a statement from at a different location. It was their base camp is what they called it.
So you needed to take statements from people that were at another location? Is that what you said?
No, we took people from where is essentially where we had them, and they took them down to their base camp. And that's where they started interviews.
And the people that you take to base camp, are those the same people that we see here in the video?
I believe so. Those people, and I don't know how many people they ended up interviewing.
Okay, so FYI, the cross-examination is imminent. Should be quite interesting. It's probably 1 or 2 minutes away.
At any point in time, did Mr. Baldwin tell you that he didn't pull the trigger of the gun?
I believe he told me he was holding a gun. I believe in the beginning when I was leaving the church, one of the guys said that Baldwin had pulled the trigger. So just off of what was told.
And I know that this sounds ridiculous, but we have to follow some jurisdictional rules. Do you see Mr. Baldwin in this frame here?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out, please? And do you see that same gentleman in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you point him out, please?
He's sitting in the middle with the glasses.
Okay.
And then the glasses came in quite useful.
Anything else that you did of import that you can think of that you think the jury should hear about?
I think that's about it.
How long were you on scene, if you recall?
From when I got there was, I don't know, about 10 hours maybe or so. I was there until dark.
You were there for 10 hours.
Yeah, until they were done interviewing people.
Is that typical?
It is if that's what they need to be done. So
Okay.
Isn't this a YouTuber sitting over here, based in Idaho?
Your Honor, just for the record, we would ask that the record reflect that Officer LaFleur has identified the defendant.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, so we're about to start with Alex Spiro's cross-examination. Before we get to that, I don't know, I think there's such a powerful moment, which is you would think that Baldwin, if he didn't pull the trigger, that he'd be telling everyone that he'd be telling the officer that, right? If the gun just went off in his hand, you would imagine that he would be saying that. I would be, and yet he doesn't say that, and he's got ample opportunity to say that. And so doesn't that reflect kind of weirdly on that whole defense that, well, I didn't have that defense then, but I do have it now, upon reflection? Or was he just like, well, the gun went off in my hand, I'll just smoke a cigarette and, you know what I mean? Isn't that a little bit bizarre?
May I proceed?
Sorry, Mr. Spiro.
Oh, sorry.
Get that out of your way.
So a couple of things. Let's see how long the cross-examination lasts. Let's see how effective it is. Let's see if there are any cheap shots. And let's see if, this is what I expect to happen, is going to basically attack and undermine the officer's experience. How, in other words, what's your credibility? What's your track record? How long have you been an officer? Are you still an officer now? Basically just, I don't want to say character assassination, but basically, you're not a very good cop, are you? Basically.
Always fine when the court interrupts me. May I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. When you got to the scene, Mr. Baldwin walked up to you and said, I was holding a gun. He blurted it out, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he was very shocked, if you could picture Alec Baldwin in a pale state, very unsure of himself. You could say an actor out of character. Fair?
Sure.
Object to the former question. It is Mr. Spiro testifying in the question. Okay. May we approach?
You see the sort of look he gives to the judge, like, that wasn't supposed to happen. And that's also quite incredible that that objection came in the first 10 seconds. And what did I say earlier about it seems like the defense are approaching the line and crossing the line? Are the prosecution doing that? Did the prosecution elicit any objections from the defense in that entire thing. Interesting.
When you saw Mr. Baldwin, he looked very shocked. If you could picture Mr. Baldwin in a pale state, like unsure of himself, you could say an actor out of character. Is that a fair description?
Sure.
So again, just observation. We don't want to talk about Helena. We don't want to talk about her injuries. We don't want to show autopsy photos. We don't want to show footage of her. We accept everything that happened after she was shot. Okay, but now in terms of Alec Baldwin, did he look pale? Well, didn't Helena look pale? Did he look shocked? Well, didn't Helena look shocked? A little bit of a double standard there, wouldn't you say?
And he said to you, I'm here, whatever you want to do, right?
Yes.
He said to you at one point, where should I go? Right?
Yes.
And he also pointed out to you who the director was on scene who was hit in the shoulder, right?
I believe so. Yes. I inquired about him.
And he also asked you how she was doing, right? Meaning Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
So do you see what he's doing? And I'm not really sure to what extent this is leading, but he's basically got the whole narrative written down, right? The defense attorney's got the whole narrative basically written down, and he's going to basically go through a series of questions that's going to, in my opinion, lead the narrative in a certain direction. All you need to do is say, yes, 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 yes. And that's going to basically, but who's doing all the talking? And how much of it is really dealing with the body cam? So do you think maybe the jury might be being manipulated at this point with a preordained narrative that you're just going to dot the I's to and cross the T's, but it's my narrative. I'm presenting the narrative, you just kind of, authorizing it.
I don't remember you being asked about that in direct, were you?
And you mean asked by the state?
Yeah.
Objection relevance? Overruled.
So I want to take a step back. The dispatch that came over to your radio, sir, before you got...
He's already looking quite angry. The defense lawyer is like, he's getting quite emotional here.
...to the scene was a dispatch for an accidental shooting by a prop gun, correct?
I believe that's what was told to me, yes.
Okay. And you've testified to that previously, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the dispatch report, you know that you received that wording, accidental discharge, several times, right?
I believe so.
Okay, so I want to ask you, how come when you described it today in court, how come you didn't include the word accident when you testified before this jury?
I'm not one to say if it was an accident or not. Just there to initially respond to it, and then the detectives determine whether or not it was an accident.
Well, sure, but every other time you've been asked about this, you've said it was an accident. And now today at the trial of Alec Baldwin, when you're talking to this jury, you left that word out. Isn't that true?
Not intentionally, no.
Did you meet with the prosecutors before you testified here today?
Just briefly in the room outside for them to tell me who was in order of what witness.
So I'm a little bit confused here. So the defense lawyer seems to be saying, oh my God, you spoke to the prosecutors. Did you guys blah, 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 blah? What did we just see on the body cam? What did we just see on the body cam? Outside the crime scene. But no. The thing that is far more glaring, and of course, if you make it very dramatic, then the real culprit in this whole thing is this guy on the stand. He's the one that's committed the crime. Now let's just have the indignation rumble over, get angry about these things, because this is what we should really be angry about. Don't be angry and indignant about a woman being shot. Be angry about what? You tied the crime scene tape around your vehicle? Are you out of your mind? right? And so you can just by using that, like getting extremely agitated about things, suddenly the jury realizes, wow, I'm actually really upset about this, because Carrie Morrissey wasn't extremely emotional when she interviewed this guy. I think I need to be more emotional. I'll be more emotional about this story, even though it actually is in a way nonsensical.
You've discussed your testimony previously with Ms. Morrissey, correct? Before today?
Just in a pre-trial interview, yes.
We've talked about your lapel that was on. It's true, right, that the lapel is actually mandatory?
Yes.
Right? And so they came to the officers, passed a law, and told you you had to wear your lapel, right?
Yes.
And the way it works is it secures all of these statements, and when you're done wearing it for the day, you go back to the station, you log it in, and then it exists, right?
Essentially, yeah, but it's more complex than that. It uploads on itself.
Oh, it self-uploads so that it maintains itself?
Yes.
Okay. And you then talked a little bit about the securing of the scene, and you talked about crime scene tape going up, right?
Yes.
But as you just told this jury, at the time, you don't know whether this is an accident or not, right?
Yes.
It's not like crime scene tape is some evidence of a crime, right?
And whether it was an accident or a crime scene is still essential.
And you've been very candid that you made some mistakes at the scene, right?
Yes.
And that you've learned since then about some of these mistakes, right?
There you go.
Yes.
You've said hindsight's 20/20, right?
Yes.
And you can Monday morning quarterback decisions, but you made them in the field, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've said that based on your training and experience, you know that if witnesses are left to speak to each other, they can taint each other's memories, right?
Yes.
And sometimes that's incidental and accidental, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's purposeful, right?
Depends on who's there, yes.
Well, if you were with somebody and somebody was talking to you about the 911 call, right? And they kept saying to you over and over, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't an accident. And then you testify and you leave out the word accident. That could be an example of taint, couldn't it?
Sure.
And quite interesting how he does that, and then he looks at the jury. It's almost like he's saying, see, got him on that. See, got him on that. Can't remember really seeing that with the prosecutor. I must say, this YouTube creator has really scored a home run here, because with this camera angle, she's right next to Alec Baldwin. So you're going to be seeing her face the whole time. I mean, I think she's definitely scored a home run here.
And also, non-witnesses can taint people's memories too. You agree with me?
I guess.
Well, at one point in your testimony previously, you had said that there was a lawyer on the scene that was talking to some of the people that were on the scene.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And if that lawyer told somebody on the scene, I think your understanding is that could have tainted their view of their memory, right?
Essentially, yes.
Mr. Baldwin never asked to speak to that lawyer, did he?
Not to my recollection.
And then you went on and you said, that you had told Mr. Baldwin not to speak to the other witnesses. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you were asked approximately 5 times why Mr. Baldwin was disobeying your orders. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But in the lapel video that we just saw, you're not going up to Mr. Baldwin or these witnesses, but get out of here. Get out of here. I'm an officer. You got to separate. You don't do that, right?
Nope.
And also in that video, you can see a lot of these people are coming over to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
One of them comes over and shakes his hand, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that in all of your experience? Somebody commit a homicide and everybody and all the witnesses are on the scene, circling around the person, shaking his hand and talking to him about what happened. Have you ever seen that in your entire career?
No.
And then you went on to say, well, you didn't put him in the cruiser. You didn't put him in the cruiser because your cruiser was being used. Was I guess the reason that you gave? Was that, did I understand that right?
My patrol unit was being actively used as a post on the other side of the field for a crime scene.
When you say a post, you mean like it goes somewhere else and you put the tape around it? Is that?
The side mirror.
So I don't really understand his argument. Like, so what if it's used as a post? You could still have put Baldwin in the vehicle. I don't quite understand why. I mean, he's not going to like put Baldwin in the vehicle and then drive off. So I don't quite understand his thinking. But anyway,
It was wrapped around with crime scene tape.
I mean, there were also another dozen officers on the scene that day that had police cars if they wanted to put Mr. Baldwin in at any point, right?
Yep.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Baldwin later on drives himself to the precinct and goes and speaks to the police, right?
I'm not too sure how he got there, but he did get there.
Well, he wasn't under arrest, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so you use this word detained. When Ms. Morrissey asked you, were you detaining Mr. Baldwin? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Isn't it true that even today, years later, no police officer has ever arrested Mr. Baldwin or detained him in a police car? True?
I don't know.
The police department, the Santa Fe Police Department, has never arrested Mr. Baldwin.
Not the
Back
Santa
to
Fe
the
Police
form of
Department.
question, asked and answered.
And one of the things that you do as an officer on the scene is you observe demeanor, right?
Yes.
And you spent 10 hours on the scene, I think I heard you say, right?
Yes.
You got to see the people of Rust that day live, right?
Yes.
And the truth of the matter is that you took it as a way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say there was no intention. I don't know the individual's intentions, but his demeanor was sad, upset.
Okay, well, it's not just his demeanor being sad and upset, right? Okay, I'm gonna move that to the side. And I understand you're not a mind reader, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All you can do is look at the people and look at how they're interacting and make your own judgments, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you do that as a police officer to try to figure out how to interact with a scene. True?
Yes.
Okay, and isn't it true that the way you took it, how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
Again, the wording you're using, I wouldn't say
Okay.
I had any clue of whose intention was what, but he was sad and upset.
Okay, well, let's play. I'm going to play his statement to that effect. Can we cue that up, please? If that's okay with the court. He's saying he didn't say that he did. I'm going to impeach him. Well, you want me to clarify that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you claiming that you didn't say that?
Rephrase what you said?
Sure. Dispatch said it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say,
Again, I wouldn't say I knew what his intention was.
I understand that. What I'm asking you now, okay, is did you in fact say those words that I just asked you?
At what time? The Gutierrez or PTI?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay. You don't deny saying that?
Your Honor, let's
No.
approach if we can.
Sure.
Did you hear what he said? I'm going to impeach this witness. So that's really what this is all about. Prove or show or demonstrate that the witness is lying. Prove or show that the witness is unreliable. And so if the witness is unreliable, then how bad is my client? It's kind of that sort of attitude. I don't think it's quite working. Like, because the officer's quite a quiet, introverted guy, so I
I'm
don't
just gonna
really
ask you,
think this
did you say
hard
that statement that I
approach
read?
really works, personally.
If you're reading a statement and it says my name next to it, then I'm more likely said it. I just don't recall when.
I mean, this may actually have been a strategy from the prosecution, which is possibly quite clever, is you put a fairly, I don't know if the word is soft, but a fairly soft, reserved guy on the stand, and you know the defense want to come out guns blazing. You know the defense want to, it's like this high-paid lawyer. He wants to show his client what a big shot he is, and of course, it's not really going to land very well on a kind of a soft target. So I don't know if that was intentional, but if it was, quite astute from the prosecution, right?
And one of the other things that happened that day that I don't think we've talked about is you spoke to a witness who told you that a woman named Sarah was crying and shaking and going through the bullets and saying, "I don't know how it got in there."
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking the witness if he had that information.
He's making the statement, the hearsay statement is coming in.
Do you know whether anybody at the scene was, before you got there, shaking and going through the bullets and saying, "I don't know how it got in there"?
I don't know.
Okay. If we could refresh the witness with his lapel, and I would ask if you just, can I put it up on just his screen?
Okay.
I don't think you can do that.
I would object because that's not proper refreshment. We don't refresh in front of the jurors. That's my objection.
What do you mean?
Well, if we're refreshing,
You know what, we're gonna take a lunch break real quick, and we're gonna be back at 1 o'clock, okay? Please don't talk among yourselves.
Will rise to the jury.
That was kind of abrupt. I think kind of abrupt.
All right, you're excused. You can move over, and this thing is a battery, and council approach.
Okay, so there are just two things I kind of want to deal with, and then I'm actually going to conclude my live stream. I am going to post a video just with a couple of my thoughts separately. It'll actually be my fourth video today, if you can believe that. So two things that I want to deal with. First of all, in terms of the poll, the correct answer is 5. How many potential perpetrators are there in this case? So almost the least of the votes were for 5. And those 5 are Alec Baldwin, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Sarah Zachary, Dave Halls, and Seth Kenny. I know that 2 of those took plea deals or made some kind of arrangement with the state. It could be 3. I'm not quite sure of the status of Seth Kenny. And so you have 5 people that are basically associated with what happened to Alina Hutchins. So this whole notion that the actor's not responsible, or, well, the person who's responsible has already been convicted, is just totally incorrect. And I think it shows what I'm saying now shows a
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to watch our coverage of
shows a kind of failure to understand the law, right? Someone who's been paying attention to all of this just literally doesn't understand kind of how the law works. It's like, as far as I know, when a crime is committed, only one person can commit that crime. No. And so it kind of just shows, I don't know, like someone who's not very sophisticated in terms of understanding the law. And I'm not saying you are unsophisticated, I'm saying the notion that you would think in a case like this, that's to do with negligence, that's to do with recklessness, that's to do with protocols on a movie set, doesn't only apply to one person. It's not like only the armorer is tasked with safety. If you're going to say that the first person that comes to mind is the armorer, I would absolutely agree with you. If you're going to say, well, who was handling the firearm when it went off? It could have been the armorer, it could have been anybody else. That would also be an issue. So the point is that, you know, that these safety rules apply to all the people on the sort of conveyor belt of handling the weapons, supplying the arms, all that kind of thing, right? And the same kind of applies, like if you had to get onto an airplane, and so whose responsibility is safety when you get onto an airplane? Can you say that the safety is only the responsibility of the airline operator? Can you say the safety is only the responsibility of the pilot? And the answer is actually the safety is everyone's concern. Even if you're a passenger, it's your concern. Some passengers get told, if you're sitting over here, you need to do this. All passengers are told, if you on the plane, you need to fasten the safety belt. So the same thing applies on a movie set, especially a movie set that's got firearms. So this whole notion that, oh, wow, it's just one person and it's only the armorer. It's like, wow, what is really impressive here is the lack of understanding. And I must say, what I found quite interesting is Court TV, which has qualified prosecutors as part of their team, didn't really have any interest in the Rust case until a couple of months ago. And I remember one of the people, I won't mention his name, kind of saying, I've never really expected this case to go to trial. And I'm looking at it from someone who covered it from right in the beginning, like, wow, I'm not a prosecutor. I mean, I studied the law. I seem to understand the legalities of this better than you guys do. Why is that? I don't know. I don't know why that is, but that does seem to be the way it is, right? So that's the first thing I wanted to mention. The other thing I want to mention is just this idea of remorse and not caring and all that kind of thing. You might say, you know, people are different. The effect is going to be different. I don't know if I agree, and this is how I make my case in terms of that. And don't laugh when I say this, I'm like a gardener. You know, I've planted a lot of my own trees. I've bought a lot of the plants that are in my garden, right? And it's the middle of winter right now, and unfortunately, 2 beautiful plants of mine have died, and it's actually my fault. It's called a delicious monster. It's maybe I can show you what it sort of looks like. But the point is, I knew that very cold weather was coming, so I could foresee a dangerous situation, right? And I knew what precaution to take because I've done it in the past. I've experience with it in the past. This is what those plants look like. So this is a delicious monster. It kind of has these big, beautiful leaves, right? They kind of look like that, right? And so as I say, in the past, in the middle of winter, I've put like a netting over fragile plants, and I've made sure that they are safe and protected, right? This winter, I just didn't do it. I knew cold weather was coming. I, in fact, had a conversation with someone where I said, you know what, I don't think I'm going to bother this year. If the plants can't handle the cold, you know, I'm not going to kind of babysit them. And the next thing frost hit, and these beautiful plants are now wilting. They've turned black, basically dying. And I feel terrible about it. Like, I feel guilty. I feel I should have been a bit more sensitive. I should have noticed after the first sort of spell of frost. I should have taken action. And then it happened again. And although the plants had somewhat survived the first session of frost, the next one, I'm pretty sure, has killed them, both plants. I'm hoping that they can kind of recover, but I somehow don't think they are going to. And I feel terrible about it. Is it my fault? You know, if I was an arsehole, I could probably say, well, the cold killed them, not me. But I'm kind of responsible for their safety and protection. And I knew I was, and I knew that it was under a certain amount of threat, and I didn't do anything. Do I regret my action? Yes. Do I feel guilty? Yes. Do I feel sorry? Yes. When I look at the plants, I brought one of the plants in, the other one's roots have sort of gone into the ground. I feel terrible. And I feel terrible about a plant. And yeah, you've got someone who's just how can I put it in a fair way? Someone who did something and the person in front of them had a bullet pass right through them. And that person doesn't seem very concerned, isn't asking about them, isn't talking about them. And when is asked, says, no, I don't feel guilty about it. I feel guilty about 2 plants that died that I could have saved. Here's someone who doesn't seem to feel guilty about a woman right in front of him that worked with him, worked for him, that is now dead. Doesn't seem to feel guilty about it. I find that very weird. And that whole thing about I don't feel guilty came out in the ABC News interview, right? So there are no protocols in my garden about you have to follow the rules and you have to do that. But when something does happen, who's responsible? Is the weather responsible? Like, you know, if you say the weather killed the plants, it's like saying the gun fired itself. Okay, whose plants are they? Who planted them? Who waters them? In other words, like, who pays the salary of this person, etc., etc. And so I think that's quite important to just think about in a very basic way. And so to pretend that that's nobody's responsibility is, for me, very strange. So that's something I just wanted to say, because I couldn't help looking at those plants, feeling really horrible about it, and thinking, at least that's something. Because I actually said to someone, am I becoming very almost psychopathic that I didn't really care about these plants this year? Am I becoming more insensitive? And it kind of bothered me, because I was like, normally I've taken a lot of care to protect my plants in winter, and this year I have admittedly been quite careless. And I don't like that, and I don't like that these beautiful plants have died. And I take responsibility for it. I'm also a little bit concerned. Are you becoming more careless? Are you becoming more reckless? Are you becoming less concerned about other organisms, right? And if I am, I need to change it. I want to be a bit more sensitive to other creatures, even if it's a plant, right? So that's the second thing I want to mention. The last thing I want to mention is just I'm not going to be continuing this live stream. So it's already 4.5 hours. So I'm going to be only doing the morning session. It's actually my bedtime in about half an hour. So I'm not going to be covering the afternoon session for the foreseeable future. In terms of this entire trial, I'll probably only cover the morning session. we'll see how things go, but at this point, I'm only going to be covering the morning session. What I might do is cover the entire trials, the developments on that day in a short video, basically just giving the highlights, right? So I just want to be clear on that. Okay, so I'm only going to be covering the first session of the day, and then maybe doing a highlights package of the insights that I got and some things I want to point out. So please, I hope you understand my position in that regard. If I do cover the whole day, I'm going to be going to bed at 3-4 o'clock in the morning, and it's going to be very disruptive to a lot of things going on. I'm also covering another big case for British audience, so I need to kind of balance all that, and then I'm also exercising and watching the Tour de France and Wimbledon. So I'm trying to have a little bit of a balanced approach, if that makes sense. Okay, thanks everyone for being here. Mods, Chelsea, thanks very much. But everyone else, Pauline Buckles, thank you very much. I just want to quickly just address the super chats. Thank you very much to Hazel Eyes, Christine Webb, Pauline Buckles, Lainey. Kate Kelly has become a member of the TCRS Transit Lounge. Thanks very much for that. Remember, on Saturday will be the next episode of the deep dive sequel series of Rex Human. I must say, I find that the kind of content I want to make, the kind of content I find really interesting, the kind of content that I think is very meaningful, and so that kind of intellectual, I find it very intellectually stimulating. And I know that folks on in members only have said that as well. So I'm looking forward to sharing the next episode with you guys. Actually, a very, very fascinating, even compared to the ones we've already done, fascinating episode. It's to do with perversion, and you might think, well, perversion, what can you say about that? It really takes you into a very surprising area of human sexuality and human psychology, which once you deal with it, is actually in a way kind of reassuring, and in a way not that surprising. Actually, I wouldn't say not that surprising. It's yeah. Without providing more information, it's going to sound very weird what I'm saying, but in terms of sexuality, the whole perversion conversation takes you into an area where you actually understand what a human being actually is compared to other animals. Who we actually are actually becomes a lot clearer, and it's a totally it's a very surprising route to that. I'm saying the ultimate takeout isn't that surprising, but the route to get to it is definitely very like, wow, that's how you got to that. So I'm looking forward to sharing that with you guys. Last couple of comments. Mel says, I love what you've been doing with that. It's been truly stimulating. I hope you guys are watching the movies I've been recommending for that. Eternal Sunshine, The Spotless Mind, pretty incredible. We do our best. Desensitized, yeah. Songbird says, thanks, Nick Mods. Earth says, appreciate any lives you do. Thank you. Someone says, why on earth is real bullets on set? Well, because someone was shooting real bullets, and the real bullets got mixed up with the fake bullets, and there wasn't a sufficient duty of care. So that's the answer. Wolfwoman says, I bet you learned something and may do something differently next time. Yeah. Okay, last couple of comments. Thanks, Hazel Eyes. Okay, so that's it from me. So you guys are free to watch the rest on your platform of your choice. But thank you so much for joining me. I will obviously be here same time, same place tomorrow. So I hope you will join me then. I've got to think up a interesting poll with legal import. So going to have to think about that one. Anyway, thanks a lot for being here. Remember, there's a playlist with, I think, 114 episodes on the Alec Baldwin case. So if you're interested, check those out. Okay. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.